Hello. Hey, how are we all, beautiful people? I have missed you all so much. CC, Mama Bear, Jody, T214, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you all for being here. Great to see you all. Oh, I'm so glad. How are we all? Nice to see you too, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for being here. Oh, hang on, guys. Sorry. Now I've done it, haven't I? Oh, God, sorry. Sorry, guys. The sound of my voice only once is enough. I've missed you too, CC. I am feeling better now. I just have to wait for an iron infusion. Yes, sadly, got very, very sick. Nobody could work out what was wrong with me. Really frightened me, actually. So I had to stop working and everything. So no longer working now. So hopefully I'm getting on my feet now and feeling better. So hopefully it'll just go up from here. But thank you for asking. Oh, you have no sound, Jody? Can anybody else hear me? Might turn this music down, guys. Sorry. Can you hear me? Hi, Brandy. How are you, lovely? Thank you for being here. Lovely to see you. So you can hear me? I'm confused. Oh, thank you. Missed you too, Brandy. It's lovely to see you. It's lovely to be here finally. And yes, I've cut all my hair off. Had to. Big changes. Hopefully now that I'm getting on my feet and I'm no longer working, I'll be able to do this full time. With so much that's going on now with all these crimes and, you know, with the Idaho 4 and Delphia girls, Libby and Abby. Thank you, CC. So are you. You're all lovely. That's why I miss you all so much. And no, I'm not just saying that. I truly do miss you guys. And you really are truly beautiful people. One thing I have opened my eyes to, because I had a lot of time of just laying in bed or laying in the hospital bed, just watching. I wasn't allowed to get up and do anything that causes stress. So watching YouTube videos still causes stress, however. One thing that broke my heart was opening my eyes to watching people in chat give an opinion that was different from the creator's opinion or somebody else's, and they were attacked for it, or they were made fun of. It broke my heart because we're all different. We all have different opinions. And that's how we work things out, is by listening to each other. That's also how we learn. If we all had the same opinion and all thought the same, it'd be so boring, this world. But it really did break my heart, as well as so much fighting going on when we could do so much to help each other and lift each other up. There's no need to pull people down or pull each other down. The world's sad enough as it is, and I thought by being involved in true crime and that, people would actually understand that and see what's going on. But I am grateful I have you guys, all ears, and that you're allowed to have your own opinions, and we respect each other's opinions. Although they're different, we're adult enough to understand that and listen to one another's opinions. And we will always remain respectful to each other. And that's what I love about each and every one of you, that you do remain respectful. Hey, Daisy. But yes, that was rather a bit of thought, where have I been in my own little bubble? Not seeing this. Welcome back, Jody. Glad to have you here, sweetheart. Isn't it amazing they found Suzanne? This is a case that I am now, Daisy. I'm getting on my feet now, sweetheart. Thank you for asking. Just explaining that, actually. I am getting on my feet. They still don't know what was wrong with me. But I just have to wait for an iron infusion because I'm anemic. So I tend to get very tired very quickly. But yeah, I'm getting there. Feeling a lot better than what I was. It really did scare me. But there are people worse off than me. So, and look, I had all you guys to get back to. Hopefully, now they've found Suzanne, hopefully she'll come with enough evidence to tell her story of what happened to her. And we will see justice. Me too, Daisy. And hopefully, as I was explaining to everybody else, now that I'm no longer working, which is killing me, I might add, absolutely killing me, I'll be able to do this more often now. But still might have to find a part-time job at least when I'm a little bit better, or when the doctor says I can do so. So getting back to Susan, this was a Suzanne touched my heart. This case really got to me. I think it got to a lot of people because we could relate. And she was very down to earth, such a beautiful lady, inside and out. It just shined through her. You could see it in the photos. She just glowed with not only beauty on the outside, but on the inside. On top of that, the photos that's with her and Barry, I could see a pattern in them, and it wasn't hard to pick up on that pattern, that he was very controlling of her. It shows through a lot of them photos, in my opinion. Yes, she was, CC. Absolutely. She had so much life to live, and sadly, if her life was the way I suspect it was, and she was wanted to get out of this marriage, she had so much life to live, to get to know herself outside of her marriage, to get to know who she was, and not feel like she's controlled, at least. Oh, they certainly do, CC. Very much so. Very much so. When I heard the news that they found her, I lost it. I burst into tears. It is bittersweet, but at least now her family can lay her to rest. And I mean, I often hear that, her dad never found out where she was, etc., etc. I will guarantee you, from the time he crossed over, they were together. He knew what had happened. Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, kind of did shock me a bit, but however, I'm glad now that her body at least can be laid to rest. And like I said, hopefully there's enough evidence that with her, that her story will be told of what happened to her, and there will be justice for her. I got to stop and think when you say X for a minute, what you're talking about. I didn't know, brains here. I didn't know that Twitter had changed its name. And I'm going, what happened to my Twitter that I used to have on my phone, and I'm looking everywhere for it. Only last week did I find out it was X, and it was there all along. Don't mind me, guys. I'm quick. Brain slowing up. All this time I've been watching people talk about X and thinking, what are they talking about? Why did they change its name? I will never get used to X. No, so say I don't like this name X. So just leave things alone. Why did we change it? It's ridiculous. So I was doing see, my brain just went out the door with the X, see? I have been doing a timeline presentation, but I haven't finished it yet. I'm still doing it. Me too. I am always going to call it Twitter. Does sound like that, doesn't it, Jody? Of all the names you could have come up with. But yes, very much does sound like that to me too. No, CC, never. I don't wish that on anybody. The worst part of it is not ever knowing when they're not found. I mean, that 3.5 years for Suzanne's family. I couldn't think of a worse place to be, and what they would be going through every day. Every day. And yet, in my opinion, Barry, from day one, didn't seem concerned to me anyway. Even when Andy went down there to search and got all them volunteers out there to search in that September, and he did nothing, didn't even go to the visual in the park. He just drove past there. Then while they were searching, just walked around the boundary of his house. Didn't even speak to Andy. Like, very sad. But sadly, these are things that don't get talked about enough. And in this day and age, DV, SA, and all that, as much as got to use these words, we're going backwards, are being held back from talking about it. And I won't be. DV, SA, all that all need to be talked about openly. If it saves just one person or helps just one person, then it's worth it. The more we talk about it, the more people will have a better understanding, the more people will learn or see signs that they didn't see before. I don't understand why we're going backwards. In my opinion, that is. There are worse things we could be talking about. But I know myself, so many women and men that have been in DV situations or were still in them at the point I met them. That didn't know how to talk about them, that were embarrassed to talk about it. Back then, it wasn't as open as what it is now. I mean, my mother, I remember from the age of 2, my father was an alcoholic. And I remember being in the car with my 2 sisters and my brother, and we were in the back seat. My dad had been drinking. My mother had said something. My dad had belted her black and blue. I remember like it was yesterday. Her face, her eyes, her neck, everywhere. She was black and blue. He proceeded to throw us children in the car. Grabbed my mother, threw her down on the driveway at the back of the car, got into the car, started it up and threw it in reverse to drive over her. My mother rolled out. We were taken home. My dad took us home drunk in the car. My mother had walked home. She had called the police. And I remember this. The police turned up, 2 male police, look at my mother, talk to my father, turned back around to my mother and said to her, "You go inside and be a good little wife and behave yourself." and then started joking with my dad. Because back then, they never got charged for it. Got away with it. There wasn't anything for domestic violence or abuse or anything like that. So, I mean, thank God that has changed. But to try and stop people from talking about it, we need to talk about it. Yeah, my mother put up with that for years. She finally left it, or he finally found somebody else and played up on her, and then left her for this other woman who was abusive towards my father, Karma. But my mother was a lot better off without him. And she finally found who she was. God bless her soul. Yep, Daisy. And they did back then. It was nothing for my dad to pick up a studded belt and belt him with a studded belt. Us kids. But like I said, doing counselling, as well as being on here, the amount of people, the amount of women that have been in abusive situations, and no one's worse than the other one. What you go through is hell. And it shouldn't be minimised. Yes, Cece, she was. My mother certainly was. Yeah, it sure was. How do I? SR? Nobody should be abused. Nobody deserves to be abused, whether it's mentally, physically, emotionally, financially. And we should support people that are in them situations, help them in any way possible. It doesn't matter where you are, whether you're a creator or in chats or anything else. As I was saying before, it was a real eye-opener to see people talk down to the people that were watching them because they disagreed with what they were saying. So, they belittled them in front of everybody else. It's just don't do that. There's no need for it. This world is hard enough without being in your own home watching something and making a comment and then being made a fool of or made to feel like a fool. My father couldn't handle babysitting me. My baby bro and sis at the time, while my mum went down on meetings to deal with his behind. Yeah. It's bad. See, so many of us have been through the same thing. And it affects us all differently. I've never understood people that have gone through something in their life and know how bad it is when they're adults and then want to inflict it on their own children or other people. I don't understand how that evens out. I don't get it at all. And I don't want to get it, to be honest. Thank you, Cece. But we are all survivors, love. All of us have survived in one way or another, and it's made us stronger. Certainly made me a lot stronger person. It made me more understanding as an adult. Yet when he passed away and I looked at each other and said the nightmare of our childhood is finally over. Yeah, Brandy, funny you should say that. I lost my sister in October the 30th, 2017. My mother at the time had Alzheimer's, and I was looking after her full time, had been for 8 years. And I lost my sister, who was only 2 years older than me, from cancer. She found out and then passed over very quickly. Then my mother died the following September on the 20th. And then my father, who I hadn't seen him since they split up, so probably 33 odd years. Funny enough, he asked my brother, because he was in the hospital, and he asked my brother to talk to me and asked me to go and see him. And I kept saying to my brother, no, don't want to go. My brother eventually talked me into it. So I did go down and see him, and I'm walking in there thinking, now I'm going to say finally what I've got to say and tell you exactly what I feel and how you made me feel. So I go marching in there. My father was always this big, muscly man. Get in there, and he's this old, withered up, skinny little man on the bed. All that hurt and anger all of a sudden completely left my body. And I walked up and spoke to him, and he said, hello, love. I'm just waiting for my daughter Lisa to turn up. Oh, Dad, I am Lisa. I am your daughter. Oh, it's so great to see you. He had just withered into virtually nothing. And like I said, all that anger and that hurt and everything just completely left me. I stayed there for about 15 minutes and left. That was in the December after I'd lost Mum. And he passed away that night. He too passed away from cancer, so oh, that's sad. So I was blessed to have a mother. My mother, you'll probably hear me talk about it quite a lot. I lost my mother. But yeah, I have seen abusive mothers. I've seen abusive fathers too that aren't drinkers. I don't. And from what I know, from the people I've spoken to over the years, people I've counselled, that when it's the same sex parent that's abusing you, especially when you start getting into your teenage years, that it hits them a lot harder. Yeah, Brandy. That's what I said too. But it's amazing how quick that anger and that can just leave. Because that's exactly what I thought when I saw him laying there, karma. I don't need to do anything because you're going to meet your maker anyway. So, yeah, it made me a different parent too. Joe, hello, beautiful. Lovely to see you. Thank you for being here. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I don't know, Jody. I don't know. It was strange seeing him after 33 years. Yeah, my mum was loving. Don't get me wrong. I just couldn't handle watching her being belted around by him, especially when I got to 11, 12. I missed you too, Joe. But on the mend now, on the mend. Jobless, but on the mend. See, you're doing really well, Joe. Joe, congratulations, love, on your channel. Oh, that's great, love. SR. I still don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, my grandparents lived a state away, so, and it's funny, I always perceive my nan to be very nasty, but funny how you see things when you're a child to when you're an adult. Thank you, Joe. I was worried this time myself too, love. I got to be honest. None of the doctors could work out what was wrong with me. And I was just getting sicker and sicker and giving me antibiotics and then more antibiotics. Yeah, just when I started to pick up, it was getting beyond the joke. And I was starting to really think there was something seriously wrong there that they weren't telling me, although I do trust my doctor. But as it turned out, no. Although they still don't know what was wrong with me. So whatever it was is gone. So what did you think about Suzanne being found, Joe? I broke down into tears because as I was explaining that case, Suzanne's case really touched my heart. It's a very close case to me. And that's how we got into the discussion of DV. Yeah, it was. And see, reading up on it today, they're supposedly calling that now a dumping ground. So I see, a boneyard, because there was a 26-year-old boy found there too that went missing. Did any of you know that? That it's supposedly there was a because that one really shocked me. Get it right, Lisa. Can't run anything anymore. Get it right. Oh, did your computer pack it in, Joe? Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Okay, so is that? I hate saying it that way. Suzanne Morphew's remains were found in Colorado body dumping ground known as the Boneyard, where investigators found a 26-year-old aspiring Marine in July and are continuing their search for a missing 55-year-old woman. Yeah, I saw that, Joe, actually. That's great. Glad you got a new one. Yes, so the male was a 26-year-old and they found him in July. When I find the rest of it for you, so I will show you. Because I only found this today. I've got to learn how to drive things properly again. I've lost my driver's license, I think. Okay, I mean for driving my computer, that is, guys, by the way. Present. Share screen. Joe, would anybody like to come up and join me? Oh. Anybody like to come up? I would love to have anybody who's up here. You're more than welcome. Let me drop this. Down here. Try that. I remembered how to do it. Good God, I surprised myself. Which bit are they divided about, Daisy? Hello, hello, hello. Lovely.
And how are you, my dear?
I am good. How are you, sweetie?
I'm all right. I'm here doing the best I can.
What's up?
It is
Life and love.
wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you.
Thank you. It's lovely to be back. For the umpteen million times I keep saying this, I'm back and then disappear again. Hopefully not this time. I
No, I
think I
hope
keep
that
something. I'm just not going to say it anymore.
I get it.
Life
I
and
get
love.
it.
Lovely to see you, sweetheart. Thank you for being here.
Yes, it's hey, life, love, true crime. Good to see you. It's wonderful to see you, Lisa. It really is. I was really worried for a while, and I had lost your daughter's number, and I wasn't able to, or her, not her number, but her, my phone. I had a whole overhaul with my phone, and I didn't have her on my Facebook anymore, so I couldn't reach out to her. And I can't call over that way for some reason. I can't know why. I could never call David either. He can call me, but I couldn't call him. So I don't know what the deal is. But I was just worried to death about you for quite a while.
Oh, I was worried about myself there too. I mean, when you're at the point where you can't get out of bed or move,
Right.
you know something's up. But when they're
Yes, yes.
telling you, "Oh, we don't know what's wrong with you. Here, let's try this and let's try that." I don't want to be a test guinea pig. Just find out what's wrong with me. Let me
You're
get
right.
on with it.
Right. No, I understand. But
But
you look wonderful. You sound wonderful, and it's just great to see you.
thank you very much, Lee. I'm just a touch anemic. That's all. I'm just going to have an iron infusion, and then I
Right.
should hopefully feel even better.
That's great.
But
Keep
now,
it that
not. I'm
you
going
gotta
to now
keep it
not
that way.
working.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I need to get this channel up and going.
Yes, absolutely. I will be shouting it out from the mountaintops when I'm live now. Now that I know that you're back, to make sure I'll be shouting it left and right.
From the rooftops.
Yes,
You
the
moved
rooftop.
where where are you now?
I'm in my den now. Um, I went from the front living room. I'm in my back
Mm-hmm.
den. Um, and it's a little bit bigger of an area if you've seen like any camera shots. So I have a green screen that I'm gonna be putting up behind me to kind of block out any other traffic that may go through. But there's more room to do it back here, and then I'll have backgrounds like I'm supposed to have and stuff like that, and it'll help. But yeah, my wife is trying to throw me out of the house. She wants to put me in a barn shed or something in the back of the house, and I'm like, well, geez, okay, but it's a good idea because, like, when I was in the front part of the house in the living room, I was just boom, boom, boom. If the door opened and shut, it was right there. You see people walking back and forth, so on and so forth. There was background noise constantly, and so I moved back here. I had to move back here because I needed more room for the equipment and stuff that I have. And she brought that up the other day, and she's like, if she's, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to get rid of you. She said, but if we were to get a pole barn, like wooden shed type thing they have, they're cute little buildings, and not like put it right behind the den here outside of this window in front of me. You
Mm-hmm.
can be your own personal little office space and all that. And I'm like, well, I mean, okay, but they're not real cheap. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens.
Out the door.
We'll see what happens. Either way, I'm still going, regardless of what some people want. I'm still going, trying my
And
best.
Mama Bear,
Yep.
lovely to see you. Thank you for being here, Mama Bear. What do you mean, regardless of what's going on? Don't tell me you've had drama too.
Oh God, I don't even want to tell you about it. Yes, there's plenty of drama. Plenty of
Oh
drama.
my, oh my God! I was saying before, like I think I was in a bubble, having us doing your channel and then starting
Right.
my own channel. I must have lived in a bubble because, like I said, as I was sick, I
Right.
was watching YouTube. I wasn't allowed to do anything else, and I wasn't allowed to get stressed. Now, here's the weird thing: is regardless, you get stressed watching YouTube.
Yes.
I discovered.
Absolutely.
So I'm watching this, and I'm watching creators attack the people in chat because they disagree with their opinions or their thoughts,
Yes. Yes.
and they
Right.
come at it a different way. So, the creator doesn't like that, apparently.
Right.
So then
Well,
goes on the attack and belittles the person and tries to make a joke at him. And it's like, I'm sorry, why are you doing that?
we've not
Why
been
do you
able to.
want everybody to have the same opinion as you?
Right. Right. It's horrible.
So you might as well just talk to yourself if that's the case. It's how we all learn.
Yeah, that's part of it. People just don't like some people. Not everybody's gonna like me. Not every, and I understand that. I don't expect everybody in the world to like me.
No.
Um, People have made up lies per se about me and spread information that's not true, and then people that have I've upset because of things that I haven't allowed them to do or say at certain times, I guess. And then the new thing is I think we had spoken about it before about my oldest son being in prison. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, somebody went digging on me and pulled all that information up and tried to make it seem like first of all that it was me, and then they fixed it and said it was my son, and then I've been live streaming to do nothing but send money to him and so on and so forth, which I've been doing this way before that ever
Oh
happened.
my God. Why?
Anything these people can do to hurt me, lots of them. And it's a lot of people that I trusted, Lisa, and cared for. It's very, very sad and disheartening. So,
Why? This is what I'll never understand. We're all on here doing the same thing for the same reason.
yes. Yes. Thank you.
Or actually, no, I'll rephrase that. Some of us.
Oh, that's true.
And
Yes.
we are generally here to help other people
Yes.
in one way or another, or to help these cases get out more.
Right. Right.
Make a bit of money along the way, and grateful that we can do that.
Yes. Very
But
much
I
so.
don't understand what this jealousy is if somebody's making more money than the other one, or how they can sit there and go, that person's making money. Look at the money. They're just doing it for the money. Well, isn't that what you're all doing it for? One. Two, it doesn't, I don't care who's making what, to be honest. I care about all of us putting the right information out for these cases.
Yes, ma'am.
We, it should be, it shouldn't be a case of, oh, I'm covering this case, so don't you dare cover it. We all should
Right.
cover it. We
Yes.
all should be covering all these cases.
That's right. There should never have been a divide between this, because the end goal in this case or any of these cases is to find justice for the victims and be the voice
Bingo.
for the voiceless, because they can no longer defend themselves, speak for themselves.
That's
It's
right.
just, it's just very sad. It really is. But you can't control other people. And the thing that bugs me the most, okay? You know me, out of everybody that's in here that knows me, you know me probably better than most, okay?
Yep. Yep.
And you know
That I
who I
can say
really
I
am
do.
and how I
Yep.
really feel about things and people, and that I'm a real person. I'm a heartfelt person. People have come off saying I'm being fake. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, and nothing about me's changed. I may have gotten a little bit
Um,
more erratic because I've grown and it's hard to control a lot of that stuff sometimes, but that's all. I've gotten
um,
older. That's about it. That's it.
I will say this, people, to anybody. This guy here, Joe, that you see on my screen now, the one who's talking, he is the same guy when there's no cameras on and nobody listening. I have spoken to him quite a few times on Facebook privately. With the camera on, this guy has the same feelings, whether he's on or off YouTube. He will break down and cry. He will pour his heart out.
I have.
What you see is what you get, guys. He's no different. And I will say that to anybody. Joe is a genuine person. 100% a genuine person. I will vouch that all the way.
Thank you. I knew. I thank you for that.
So
You
no,
know,
there's no put on. There's no there's no voice change. There's no, oh, I
No.
better be a good boy today. No, nothing.
Nope.
What you see is what you get.
That's it. That is it.
Yep.
It is what it is. Like I
So
said, I'm just working through it. It's been pretty. I've gotten and my energy's been pretty drained lately because of it. I'm trying to bring that back. Um, it's just I just don't get it. I've always wanted to just tell people. I've tried. Every time I go to do that, I get slapped in the face. There's people that were. I'm not going to say names, but I know some of the people. There was a specific person that is now a creator. I tried to raise her up, to help her, to lift her up, and show her, this is how you do it. I brought her on my channel. She said she didn't even want to do that, but I still did it, and she stabbed me in the back multiple ways to Saturday. And it's like, okay, move forward, just keep moving forward, just keep moving forward. So
that's it.
that's all I can
I'll tell
do.
you something, Joe. Here's another thing I will say about Joe. He is honestly the male version of me. And I know, and he's going to say something to me about this, but I know that what's going on is really upsetting him. It's hurting him. I can hear it in your voice. I know you too well, Joe. But anyway,
Yes,
in saying that, can I also say this? That by allowing them to hurt you, and I know it hurts, I am the same, very much, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
But by keeping you down, they still are holding control over you.
That's true. You are correct, and I know that. You know that I know that.
Yeah, I know you know that. Certainly do know that.
it, I'm I can deal with a fastball one at a time as they're coming at me. You know what I mean? But when you get two or three thrown at the same time, that's when you got to kind of hold up. What's going on? Wait a minute, okay? And that's where I'm at. But listen, I have I do have a lot of them are right here, an amazing community of people. Okay, you included,
Mm-hmm.
that I'm surrounded by, and this is why I sit here day after day after day after day and wake up every morning thinking about what I'm going to do day after day after day after day to do this because of these people, all of these people, all of you people. Um, that's what is so important to me with this because I've realized, and this is something new for me, Lisa. I knew what we do. We talk about crime and we try to come up with answers to some of these questions as to why and how and what's going on.
Yep.
But I never realized until over the past couple few months, I guess, that I reach people in a different way. And I didn't know this. I was told by multiple community members that if it wasn't for me, that they'd be miserable and that I'm the only like interactions that some of these people have and so on, and I reach these people like in their hearts, and as a person and this and that. I never realized that it was like that.
Oh, I
So,
knew that. I knew
well,
that.
a lot of people have said that now. So I never took that for what it was. I was just kind of like so shocked, but I'm like, wow, okay. I'm
Yeah,
glad.
no, I knew that.
See, I didn't see it like that, and I've always been worried about failing at this and failing everybody else, and now I don't want to say it like this, but now it's even more. It gives me even more of a reason to continue doing it. There's a couple times over the past few months that I just said, I'm done, I'm out, I'm leaving. There's specific people, a couple of them are in here right now, that won't allow me to do that, okay, and haven't allowed me to do that. But I almost did it a few times because I don't want to deal with the stuff, but it's just one more thing, And I'll just continuously, and I've made that promise to the people because some of these people depend on me every day to make their day happen for them, to make them want to get up and move and motivate and do the things they do in their life. So that
But
is why.
that was the point I was trying to get to about the whole being a real eye opener, because whether it's you, me, or anybody else, then people watch certain people, regardless of whether I like them, you like them, or anything else,
Hmm.
and they're there all the time to watch them because they need them in their life, and you don't know for what reason.
Right.
Therefore, all of us that do this hold an incredible power.
Hmm.
That's what makes my head spin and open my eyes quite a lot, is don't abuse that power. You don't know what anybody's going through that is sitting there watching you,
That's right.
that you are belittling, or you are talking about somebody else, that it might be just enough to push one person in your chat to go and act that out.
Yes. That's right.
Start taking accountability. Let's got to stop attacking each other. We're not in school anymore. We should all be
That's
lifting each other up. And
yes.
if you
Yeah.
don't like each other, move along.
That's right. That's right. And
I
and I'm
sadly
not
am too old to care whether people like me or not. And I'm too old to argue to get you to like me.
right. Right.
I don't have the time.
There's not enough time. Life is too short to worry about things like that. We don't know what tomorrow's
That's
going to
it.
bring. We don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. We live for today and one day at a time, and make the time we're spending right now worth every moment of it, and move forward and hope that the next day can be the same way. You know, that's it. That's really it. So, yeah, I'm not.
And
What I'll be doing is like I've always done is I'll just stand up and brush myself off and keep going forward, because there's too many reasons to do it and not enough to not do it. So regardless of what people think or feel or what they're trying to do to me, it's not going to happen. So
that's it. You don't know whose life you're changing.
right,
You don't know whether that night that you're on, you might have saved somebody.
exactly.
It's it's you might have changed one person's life, and there's no one that is going to stop me from doing it regardless of what they think. So,
Yes, ma'am.
and
Being
knowing who you are, you will feel and think the same way.
yes, ma'am. Morning, Cassie. Well, you're gonna have a whole slew of new people here, Miss Lisa, pretty soon.
Hello,
Just so you
Cassie.
know, a whole slew. There's a lot of beautiful people over here in the community that you haven't met yet, but you will be soon. Because, like I said, I'll be screaming your name from the rooftops here and getting you up and running. I promise you that.
Oh, thank you, thank you,
Cassie and
thank you.
SRP are mother and daughter. They're great people. They're moderators in that channel too.
Oh, thank you. You said SRB. I have been pronounced. I've been looking at that, and I keep saying I don't know how
Yeah,
else to say that. You know what I'm like? I get stuck on
right.
it.
I'm so excited to see you back here. I really am.
Oh, it's so great to be back here. It really is.
And
I
that's
got
one thing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I got thought, yep, I'm gonna get up and do this. So got everything ready and whatnot, because I put it down for 4:05 in the morning here. And I'm like, yep, yep. And probably 10 minutes before I was due to go on, all of a sudden the nerves hit.
Mm,
And I'm like, no, no, don't let the nerves get to you now. You're not bailing
right.
out. Stop.
Right. Yep. I get
So,
that.
no,
I get that.
what's going to happen? So
Yeah.
sorry, what we're going to say.
Um. Oh Lord. I just pulled it. I just pulled a me. Still doing that all the time. I can't remember. It'll come back. Oh, that's funny, Lisa. We both have We both had
Yes,
the
the same. I noticed that.
fireplaces going behind us. That's hilarious. I just realized that.
No, I noticed it straight away.
That's too funny. See? There it is, folks. The male and
Told
female version
you.
of each other.
Yep.
God, we found that over a year ago now, I think it's been.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. When we weren't liked for being friends. Like,
Mhm. And it's
that's
funny
what I
because
mean
that
about
person,
jealousy.
yep, and that person's no longer on YouTube. How about that?
Yeah. Sad.
Karma's a real thing. Karma is a real thing.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Oh, well.
You didn't notice, Essa? I noticed that as soon as he jumped on and turned his camera on, I went, yep, it's got the same fireplace.
Yeah, I just happened to look over at the stand. Went, wait a minute, and I looked back. I went, oh my god, of course, of course. I just did that temporarily to give some kind of ambience in the room until I get
Yes.
my green screen back in together and all that. And I was like, well, why not? I forgot we had those screensavers on the TVs. I thought it'd be nice. It actually makes noise. Nobody can hear it, but
Yes. So was mine crackling away.
hmm Yeah, I was sitting here last night. It's been going for I don't know 3 days now, I think, and the house was dead quiet. I was in a Discord chat was talking about a case or a show that I'm doing for Monday, and I'm trying something new, surprise myself with it. But um, I'm sitting here and I start hearing all these noises, and I'm looking around. I'm talking to myself as I always do when nobody else is around. And I'm like, what the hell is that? What is that noise? What is that noise? So I stand up, I'm walking around, listening, looking, and for some reason the sound on that throws itself. It's weird. I don't know if it's because it's reflecting off the wall behind it or whatever, but and I stopped for a minute and it stopped for a split second, the sound did. I'm like, oh, what is that? It sounded like something me with my paranoia. I was thinking a raccoon or a possum was trying to scratch its way through my back door or something. And then I turned and looked at the fire. I'm like, oh, Joe, you're such an idiot. It's the fireplace cracking away. So ridiculous.
Oh, God.
I'm not the brightest crayon in the box sometimes, folks. I promise you I'm not.
Join the club.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yep.
Yes, Mama Bear.
My brain goes walkabouts when it feels like it, along with
Mhm.
Joe's. Then we're both
Oh, yeah.
looking at each other dumbfounded.
Yep. That's why I've told Mama Bear, I'm like, listen, I have to call her time and time. I'm like, listen, I need you to let me have back the other half of my brain today sometimes because I need to use it for something because she has the other half of it for sure. She answers questions when I'm asking them to myself. She knows things that are going to happen already. So you know how that goes.
Yep.
Thank
Would
God.
you like to join us, Mama Bear? Or anybody? Anybody would like to jump up and join us? You're welcome to do so. Have you read the whole thing about the Delphi girls?
Oh, the new stuff, you mean?
The defences one. I'm still going over it. I'm
Uh,
ripping it apart.
I just started looking at the new stuff that just popped up with the Holder
Their
guy.
answer to it,
No, I haven't seen
or
that.
the 136-page one you're talking about
No, I
with
haven't even
the
looked. I haven't even looked at that.
Odinites.
I just started looking at the new stuff that popped up with it, and I did one show last week about Odinism and paganism, and I showed everybody what it's actually supposed to be and the way it's been twisted, possibly, and all that. I just recently started jumping back into that one. So,
Well, paganism. See, I know about paganism.
right.
Used to do it, and
Yes.
like every religion and every, if you want to call it spells, whatever, there's always a good side and bad side. Depends
Yes.
on the people, and people will take it to the wrong side.
That is true.
And I knew straight away when I read it because I downloaded it and then printed it all off so I could go over it all. And my daughter Charlene said to me, "What's Odinites, Mum?" And I said, "A form of paganism,
Right.
only the extreme form." before I even read it.
Mm-hmm.
But going over the bits I've gone over, I tend to believe what they're saying.
Yeah, yeah. It does make sense. It really does. Really
Yeah.
does.
And I never believed one person did that anyway, in my opinion.
No.
But reading that, it does make a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
And people forget that the lawyers aren't just going to come up with a heap of lies. They can't do that. They're not allowed to do that.
Nope.
And they're only taking away that they've done all this on the evidence they've given them. And it's rather heartbreaking to think they failed these girls so badly in this investigation.
Yes.
And the other thing that concerns me in all that is if there's correctional officers that are Odinites, then how
Mm.
far does it go?
Right. Right.
Considering the failing of investigating certain things,
Mm-hmm.
it's a bit of a worry.
I do agree with you, dear. I do agree. And I started to um look into certain things that I didn't really look at because I didn't really cover this case too much before.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and saw some things that, as we always do when we look back at things, um, that I didn't notice before. And I was like, well, that's quite interesting.
Yep.
Quite interesting. Very much so. So,
Yep.
um,
I'm still going over it on.
oh, you're fine. You're fine. Take your time.
No, going over the 136 pages.
Oh, yeah, I haven't even taken the time to look into that yet. I just took what I had, what I saw, what I knew, and did a little quick show on it. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna be
Mm,
delving into it here pretty quick.
yeah, I'm going to do a deep dive show that will be more than one show, be several shows
Yeah, it would
to
have to
cover
be.
that.
Yes. Now I will say Monday, giving you a heads up just in case you're interested in checking it out. And anybody else, I've decided to do something a little different Monday with what I'm doing. The Idaho case we all know is pretty worn down, but Monday I'm going and I'm doing a show basically titled "Is Brian Koberger Guilty?" and it's going to be based on nothing but facts that he could be guilty instead of the opposition to what I've been doing. So I'm doing that, and then I'll be jumping into Delphi after that. So excuse me, Lisa, 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, you're right, hon. You're right. So, yes, if anybody else would like to jump up and join, Mama Bear, anybody, please feel free to grab that link and jump up. I'd love to have you up here. You don't have to show yourself on camera, by the way. Wouldn't do that to you. But yes, you're all more than welcome to jump up if anybody would like to and discuss Suzanne or Delphia. And yes, I would like to do shows on Delphi. It has to be more than one covering that 136 document, 136 page document. Just leave things out. And hope you'll all join me for that. I would love everybody's input on that. And trust me, I do value everybody's opinion, whether it's different from mine or not. Please don't ever feel ashamed or worried that you'll be picked on for having a different opinion. You never will be. You have the right to your opinion. That is certainly not going to be tolerated here at all. I think so too, SR.
Sorry
B, are
about
you
that.
which one are we talking about? Delphi or Suzanne? Yeah, getting back to Coburger. See, people are either full on that he's not guilty or he is guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always said None of us know.
Right.
So you can't attack people for having difference of opinion unless you were actually there and you know exactly who did it. None of
Yes,
us
ma'am.
know.
Yes, ma'am. See, I did a reason why I'm doing this is because I went back and watched some of my shows. I've been accused of being a Koberger lover, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no,
Mhm.
no, no. I'm on the fence. In my mind, I'm on the fence. And all I've said is that I need to see more in for evidence or proof that he's guilty. But I have not really ever did a show that shows the things that Brian could have done or that how Brian could be guilty. I've never done that. So I'm doing that.
Yep.
I'm going to do that Monday. And then, excuse me. And then I'm moving on to some new stuff until anything else happens. Cause I got so riddled with Idaho that it just took me and ran with me. And that's, it's enough. There's nothing else we can do with it until we get to the
No.
trial. Or
And it just goes beyond the joke. I mean, things that don't need to be brought up, it all becomes white noise, kind of like
yes.
Summerwell's case.
Oh,
Everything
yeah.
else becomes white noise and the victims get drowned out in it. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know whether he did it or not. The only reason that I looked into it, like you, was because they didn't really do a lot of investigating. On top of that, it was the things they were saying, like, look for this type of car, and then you find out that they already knew that it wasn't that car that year or those year model that we were meant to be looking for.
Yeah, right,
Um,
right.
so why lie? Not to mention the DNA, like give us a warrant without using the DNA. Well, what else do you have to actually put him
Right.
in that house?
Right, right.
And the thing that concerns me is it could be anybody that gets
Mhm,
caught up in something like this if he's not guilty. If he is guilty, that could be the case thrown out too.
mhm.
So he could possibly walk. And that's not what we want.
No.
The evidence should be very clear, like in all the other cases.
Yes.
As you know, you can follow the evidence and go, yep, they certainly did that.
Yes.
But this whole DNA thing that they're getting DNA illegally, regardless of which way you say it, they're
Mhm.
handing it off to these labs, and these labs are opting everybody in. The biggest thing I thought about was, now think of it this way. They are actually contracted by police, so you can't say you're not police force, so
Right.
we can opt them in, right? Because you are
Yes.
giving that information to them, so you are working for them. Two,
Right.
if it comes out that that's what was done, then think of everybody else that whose DNA got them locked up.
Mhm.
Now they can question all that DNA.
Right, right.
So it's going to cause, you can see a major uproar. Well, I can for sure.
Oh, yeah,
If
yeah.
people get hold of this that are sitting in jail because DNA, and
Mhm.
it's, I mean, there's certain things in that, like they got his trash on the 27th and sent it back up to Idaho. And then by the 28th, they had rang them and confirmed that, yes, the DNA is his father's. How do you do that in less than 24 hours?
See, thank you for saying that because here's something I came up with a while back. I haven't really spoke on it too much.
Hello,
All of this
Kim. Thanks,
all of this
lovely, for being here.
Oh, hey,
Sorry.
Kim. Oh, it's okay. All this secrecy behind this DNA thing and all
Mm,
this big mess. And then I was thinking about this one night. I was looking at notes and I'm just sitting here. I was bored and I'm reading over this and I'm like, you know what? I wonder. Somebody else in another chat that I was in the Discord was talking about something and it made a little bit of sense. And I'm like, I wonder, and this is just a theory. Okay, I'm just gonna
mm-hmm,
run this by you real quick.
mm-hmm.
I wonder if when we all know that the FBI told them, do not use this, in the hearings or for the trial, do not use this DNA information that we helped you with. Just don't do it. They said it a couple different times, couple different ways. Don't use it. We know that. So it made me wonder because they got it so quick. And after
Yep.
hearing the witnesses, Gabriela Vargas and blah, 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 and then they send the FBI to speak to Vargas after she testifies. These things, all of those things put together, I
Yeah.
said to myself, Joe, think about this. I said, I wonder if the FBI used an unsanctioned database, ran that. That's how they got it so fast. And they don't want nobody to know about it because and they can't let nobody know about it. That's why everything's been hush hush about this. Everything's got to be sealed about this because what would happen is if it comes out that they used an unsanctioned database, any previous cases that the FBI dealt with in regards to DNA work could
Yep.
very possibly be looked at and reopened or pushed to be reopened because of that situation. And that would be a huge mess. It would make the FBI look stupid. It would just be a big
Yep.
deal. And I'm wondering at this point if that's what this is all about in that sense, on that part of things,
Either way you look at it, regardless of what side you're on,
Mm-hmm.
common sense looking at it,
Mm-hmm.
because of this whole secrecy thing with the DNA, it is messing
Mm-hmm.
up this case and it is
Mm-hmm.
making it look really bad.
Yeah.
And if that's what they've done, then yep, that's exactly what I said. Then how many then after this are going to come forward and say, wait a minute,
Yep.
I was sent in for that too
Yep.
on DNA. Now I want to take this back to court and prove where it come from,
Yes. Thank
how
you.
you got to that. But the whole less than 24-hour thingo,
Now.
I mean, as police will constantly tell you, it's not like a TV show. We don't get it back in a day or two. Then I'm
Right.
sorry, how did you manage to get his trash from Pennsylvania up to Idaho and get it tested? And
Right.
you be told, yes, it's his father, all in less than 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And
that one's
3 specialists have stated that it takes weeks to get proper results on that. 24
mm-hmm,
hours makes no sense. And that's why I think they very possibly use an unsanctioned database to do this. And now they're trying to cover that up. Not as a criminal cover up, to cover up stupidity. Because
yeah,
we know that law enforcement, I'm sure the FBI as well, take shortcuts to make things
yep,
happen quick. They need to,
yep,
okay?
yep,
I'm telling you, that makes so much sense to me. It really does.
does to me
So
too. But you've
I bet
opened the
you.
door for everybody else to question their DNA now.
Yeah.
If it
Thank
comes
you.
out that this is what you did, that's what it's going to do. It's going to cause a major uproar in every
Hmm.
case that has been dealt with DNA.
Yeah, definitely. Murphy,
Unfortunately.
I think Murphy was some sort of a terrier. I Is he a labradoodle? Labradoodle. I think he's a labradoodle. I may be wrong. Did you get the private message? At least I put in the private chat.
Oh, no. Don't mind me.
Okay. I never checked
Oh,
mine either.
okay.
Golden
Thank
doodle.
you.
Oh, absolutely, dear. Yeah, Mama, that's it. Golden doodle. That's what he is. Thank you.
Who has golden doodle?
Murphy was a golden. Kaylee's
Oh,
dog,
yes. Yes,
golden doodle,
sorry.
which is a was a golden retriever, poodle mix.
Yes.
Okay, never
Yes.
had.
No. I had a labradoodle years ago.
I've seen those. I never heard of a golden doodle though.
I've heard of a golden doodle. I've never had one, but yeah, like I said, had a labradoodle.
Oh, I didn't know if you knew this, but Oscar passed away.
Oh no.
Yeah, that was in May. He's gone now,
Oh
but
my God. I'm
he
so
was.
sorry.
It's okay, hon. Thank you. It was in pretty bad shape, but he's gone now. Finally, he's better off. It's pretty
Oh,
sad for a while, but we're looking at. We were supposed to be getting another dog here. Somebody, this cute little thing, and then they sold him out from underneath the bus. So Brandy's heart's broken again. But she said she was on the phone. She said to say hello, lovely Lisa. She misses hearing your voice, and
hello, beautiful lady.
she said it's good to see you back. That's my wife. She called. Brandy, my wife, called in when I had to hang on for a minute. So
His beautiful wife. Absolutely beautiful wife. Who spoils him.
she does. She does very much so. Very much so.
Very much a great team.
Love her to death. Love her to death.
She is. She's a lovely person. So are your
Yeah.
children.
Oh yes.
Lovely family, guys. Lovely family.
Hayden said to say hello to you as well. He heard your voice. You have a very distinct voice. He loves it. So I
Tell him I said hello and give him my love, please.
will absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, that's be interesting to see where this case goes. I'm
Oh,
actually scared for this case, what it's going to cause, to be quite honest.
the Idaho case.
Yeah,
Oh, I agree with you. It's going to change a lot of things. I think law
and
books are
that's
going to
what scares
change.
me.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
I just
Most
hope it's. I hope, and this is the thing that scares me the most. I hope it doesn't cost justice for these victims
I can agree
because no
that.
matter which way you look at it, it just might do that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very sadly, I think could. It very well
Yep,
could. What I'm worried about is actually a handful of things. One, I'm worried that because of the way things have been looking, one, I'm worried that Brian very well could be guilty and may get off. Two,
yep, that's what
I'm
scares
worried
me.
that yeah, that's one thing there. Two, I'm worried that Brian's not guilty and may end up on death row.
Yep.
And then the killers will go free. Sorry, the unalivers will go free. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't see law enforcement starting a new investigation and looking into other people if that were to happen, if Brian goes free, only because of the money that's been spent on this so far. I don't think
Yep.
they can. I don't think they can. Now, I would say this that I do believe that if that happens and it's brought out that they believe there's other people responsible, that Steve Gonsalves himself will
Yep.
go do his own thing. I do definitely believe that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think the investigation will carry on. That's my opinion. And
Oh
that's sad because in the end, that means that there's no justice for these kids.
no, there needs to be justice. I I just hope, but I got a strange feeling. Regardless of whether Brian did it or didn't do it, we all need to
Hmm.
look at just how quick they got him, how quick they
Yes.
arrested him, didn't question him or anything else, right? Regardless of what we all think. The sad part is, I hope, but I have a strange feeling that, in my opinion, the
Hmm.
university might have had something behind that so that
Yeah.
it brought everybody back.
Right.
Just
Oh yeah.
grab him and arrest him,
There was a deadline.
whether
There
he's
was a deadline.
guilty or not, they've
Yes, ma'am.
rushed it and may have stuffed up the case for it.
That's why I believe that's where I was talking about with the unsanctioned database. There was a deadline, you guys. We know that. They had a deadline.
Mm,
They had nobody in custody. That looks bad. School was getting ready to start again. That's horrible. They weren't going to have the student population there until they had somebody in custody. That's going to
that's
affect
right.
finances for the college. The college's finances affect the town. It's the
That's
downhill
right.
effect. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So there was a deadline for sure.
Yep. Sure was.
So, how Oh,
There,
shoot.
there
Hold
were
on one.
so many things done wrong in that case.
Absolutely. From the very beginning, the
Yep.
moment from the word go, we talked
You
about
know,
that
to
last night.
say it was a targeted attack. Excuse me, everybody. I'm opening can of Coke.
Okay.
It was a targeted attack to. Then it wasn't. But you're all safe. I
Mm.
never understood that logic. No matter
Well,
which way you look at it.
they had to keep the college happy. That's where that came from. Knowing that the
But how can
parent,
you? Common sense would tell you how can you be safe if somebody's just gone in and unalived or passed over 4 people. You
right?
don't, whether it was targeted or not, the fact remains that that person was still loose.
Mm-hmm.
How is anybody safe
Right.
when they didn't
Right.
know who it was, didn't know what it was done over, etc., and apparently still don't know what it was done over?
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, because there's no motive given.
You're right. There isn't one. That makes any sense at all.
No,
And I will say, I said this last night in the Discord too. Like on 48 Hours, Christy said, "Well, they asked her why they think Brian did this. She said because he wanted to. I can't accept that. No disrespect to them, but that's just not good enough for me. For this type of a thing, it's just not enough. Just because he
not
wanted
four
to.
people.
There's got to be something deeper in there,
It's the same
So
as this whole thing of, one person was targeted. Well, don't believe that. I don't believe 2 people were targeted. I believe the whole 4 were targeted. I don't
right,
believe, in my opinion, that Dana walked out there accidentally and run into him, or Ethan did either. I believe they were attacked in their room. My other issue is the amount of noise that would have been made.
yes,
I'm still stuck on nobody screamed. Okay, you can convince me that one person was asleep in the bed and, yep, didn't have time to react. But there was another
Maddie,
person in that bed with them, which, here's the other thing I believe, which is what I said to you when this first started, remember? And I
yes,
said that for some strange reason, I don't think or believe, and I could be wrong, that Kaylee was actually in the bed.
I don't either.
I still believe she was in her own room and heard
Yes,
something and went into that room.
yep.
And that's where she was placed after.
That's that's exactly what we talked about last night. I forgot that you had said that way back then too. That Murphy
Yeah.
started whining or whimpering or barking. She got up to go check and see. She encountered him and
Yep.
maybe the doorway. They worked their way into the bedroom. That's why her wounds were so bad because she was fighting
Yes.
back. We know that. Okay. And then he
Uh-huh.
just maybe pushed her down over top of Maddie, and that was that.
Yep.
So I really, really always have agreed with that, Lisa. I really have. That makes more sense to
Yeah,
me.
that's what I think. And I thought that way back then, the same as I
Yes,
thought he
you
went
did.
upstairs first, because I wrote that all down. And then it
Yes,
come out
you
that,
did.
yeah, he did go upstairs first.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I'll tell you what I didn't think of, which, funny enough, back then, remember we were talking about the ladder?
The ladder.
Yeah, that was outside.
Right. Right.
Remember we were talking about it and thought, why would anybody leave a ladder there? And I'll
Hmm.
give Drip Drop Crime Circus,
Yeah, I saw
I'll
that
give
the other
it
day.
to him. Yeah, I got to give it to him because that makes more sense knowing that Ethan had jammed that door, sadly.
Hmm.
If that information is true, then the person who did this had to be in the room with them.
Yes. Yep.
If he passed over there and then, which means he had to get out,
Yep.
which makes sense, right?
It does. It definitely does.
And look, they just left it there. They did nothing with it.
Yep. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
I don't know. There seems to be a whole lot of things that they didn't do right.
Oh, I agree. I agree. Huh? Oh, hold on, Lisa. I'll be right back. I gotta
No,
grab
you're
something.
right. And I think that's what frustrates me more than anything is when things, when they do sloppy work and make mistakes that could cost justice for the victims, regardless of what case it is, regardless of whether you think he's guilty or not guilty. Like I said, I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't say 100% he's not guilty. I can't say 100% he is guilty. Nobody else wants to jump up and join in the discussion? Please. Who's that, Daisy? Oh, yes, I believe that too, Daisy. 100% love, I believe that. I back the blue too. Don't think I'm against police. I worked very closely with them for years, sweetheart. 100%. Unfortunately, it's like anything. When you have a couple of bad police, it makes the rest of them look bad. It also costs the good ones sometimes their life, sadly, or their jobs. But do I
It only takes
believe
one.
there's more corrupt police than good ones? No.
No.
However, in saying that, if you have a corrupt policeman in charge of an investigation, regardless of you doing the right thing and putting your report in, they can change that anyway. Doesn't make that
Right.
person corrupt, but they had the overall say of what gets investigated and what doesn't.
And
Sadly.
there's different variations of corruption. I was talking about this
Yeah.
again last night. First of all, we all know it only takes one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. Okay, that is one
Oh,
point.
yep.
There
Yep.
could have been one person, and corruption can mean many different things, as I stated last night. Corruption is in complete corruption, or they're doing things illegal purposely to do this, to do that, to cause harm to different people. That's one form of it, and I don't believe that's involved in this.
No.
There's also corruption in the sense of breaking the rules to cover up mistakes. Okay, that's another form of corruption. When people make mistakes, law enforcement officials, I've seen this happen even where I live. When mistakes have been made, they will break rules to cover that up so that they don't look bad and that it doesn't cause more issues. That's a form of corruption as well. Now, if
Yep.
there is corruption involved in this, I personally feel that is more along the lines of what it could be, that there were mistakes made and they went and did some things that they shouldn't have done. Not per se that such bad, horrible things, but they did some things to try to cover up the mistakes they made. And it just made it worse, in my opinion. So that, if anything, is what I think is what was going on here. Because
The
again, like I
pressure.
said, yes. And we talked about this in the beginning too. You were around for that, Lisa, at that point when
Yep.
I said I could have all the training in the world as a firefighter. Just get
Yep.
out of the academy. Do everything I've done. Remember everything I've done. Been the top of my class. The first time I walk into a structure fire, you don't know what to remember. You don't always remember everything or how to do things. Okay, these police officers never in their lives. We know that Moscow is a him haw town, Mayberry, I call it. They walked
Yep.
around giving people tickets for underage drinking and speeders and just doing whatever. They'd have to deal with real crime in a sense. Okay, so when
Yep.
this happened, they probably had no idea how to handle this. None.
Nope.
And there were
I
probably a
agree
lot
with
of
that.
mistakes. Yes. Yes. A lot of mistakes could have been made, folks. So in turn, we have higher ranking officers going and fudging paperwork or doing this or doing that to cover up the mistakes they made rather than just saying, we can't handle
And then
this and
having
turning
the
it over.
pressure of the uni breathing down their throat. You got to get this person. You got to get this person.
Right.
Oh, well,
Right.
let's just cut this corner. How about we just do this? Or,
Thank you.
yeah, no.
Very
And
much.
then they get tunnel vision.
Yep.
Sadly, they should never be one put under that much pressure. There
Mm-mm.
should be safeguards in place to make sure that they don't start slipping up. But in saying that, if anybody thinks that I'm against police or believe all police are bad, etc.,
No, no,
I
no.
can promise you this. I have had long friendships with police. I have worked very closely with police. I admire their job, the same as firemen, ambulance, any one of them people. And my answer to anybody that wants to put police down, or firemen, or AMBO workers, go and do their job for 24 hours. You be the one to knock on somebody's door and tell them their loved one is now deceased in a car accident.
Right.
Go and pick up their body from there. Any one of them jobs. And watch the excuses they'll come up with. The same as the way police, firemen, and AMBOs get treated and abused. They don't deserve that.
Right.
Because trust me, you've got to have a heart of gold to do any one of them jobs. Heart of gold. It is
Not
a
easy.
job that you have to be passionate about, to see the evil and to see what the damage that cars do and fires do to people. So I salute every one of them people for doing them jobs. It takes
Definitely
takes a hell of a person to do any one of them jobs and to be able to live with it, because a lot of them don't. A lot of them suffer from nightmares. A lot of them suffer from PTSD.
Yep.
I used to do emergency first aid. I went to 2 car accidents. One person passed away. It affects me. So I couldn't imagine, and I used to train fireys too, I might add, but I couldn't imagine doing Joe's job that he used to do,
Hmm.
that I know affects him.
It has.
I know it has.
Most definitely.
Oh, yep, I know it has. And this is why I don't understand the need to put people down in any way, shape, or form. We don't walk in each other's shoes. We can only explain how we're feeling or certain things we're going through.
Right.
Joe, I can pick up because, like I said, he's a male version of me. And he very much does wear his heart on his sleeve. I can tell by even the way he talks, he's upset or he's hurting. We become very close very quickly, and I don't get close to people very quickly like that. Well, I didn't back then. On the internet, I'll rephrase
Right.
that. I'm very much a face-to-face person, but Joe and I clicked.
Very
Like I
quickly.
said, takes a hell of a person to go and do any one of them jobs. And I admire anybody that will do that job. It is such a selfless job to do. How many people turn up and thank the fireys or ambos or police? They get more abuse than thanks, sadly.
Thank you, Life Love. Believe me, I love you all just as much. I really do.
Me too. I think everybody here, including you, Joe, and your beautiful wife, your beautiful son, your beautiful children, regardless of what anybody thinks. I love you all. I think you're all beautiful people. Joe, I know you. Like I said, I will vouch for you any day. I know who you are on and off of here. You are the same. Your family's the same.
Yes.
Regardless of where your son is for a start,
Right.
or what he's done, is of no business to anybody else. Why we have to go there is beyond me.
Mm.
Leave that alone. And I know what you've done and been through with that too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's none of their business. Why bring that into it? Just turn around and say, look, Joe, I don't like you. You've peed me off. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's move on.
Right. It can't ever be that easy, though. That's the sad part.
But it is that easy. That's even the worst part. It really is that easy.
Mm-hmm.
You've annoyed me. You've upset me. Okay, can we work this out?
That's
Sure.
it. That's the biggest thing, too, with that. If there's anybody that was in the community that our community there, and you know this as well as I do, Cece, and Brandy, and they were all there in the very beginning, way back when I first started.
Mm-hmm.
And they knew if there's ever a problem, come to me. If I can fix it, I'll do the best I can. Talk to me. Just talk to me. If there's
Yep.
an issue that you don't like me, or something I said that upsets you, something I did, just tell me. Just tell me. I need to know.
We all make
I'm human.
mistakes.
Right. That's the thing, is I'm human. I can make mistakes. I may not see something I'm doing or saying, or a way that I'm acting, but just tell me about it. If nothing else, I want to know to fix that if I'm doing something. If I don't know I'm doing it, how can I fix it? So
That's right.
always said that. I've always said that. And you know how many people won't do it? They'd rather just slam or bash or talk down about you rather than just to say, hey Dago, just shut up. Or even that I can take. You said something that really upset me. Can we talk? It's that simple. I've done it. People
But that
just
says
can't
more
do
about
it.
them than what it does you.
I guess so. I know, Brandy. I was talking about you, hon.
We're all adults. That's exactly how it should be.
Right.
And nothing seriously, there is nothing that is that bad to hold a grudge or to
No.
be that hateful towards somebody. If you don't click with somebody, I understand that. Then move on. If they've done something to upset you, they're still a person.
That's
You've
right.
upset me. That really hurt me what you did the other night. It's that easy. Rather than go, let's all pick sides and do the schoolyard bully thing. Nah. But I don't want to deal with kids. I'm not in high school anymore. If you hurt me, I'm going to tell you. You've
Right.
upset me. I'm a person that I can say, Joe, you've upset me. And 2 seconds later, be sitting there having a cup of coffee with you, laughing and joking. I'm just not a person that holds stuff like that. Life's too short.
It's not worth it. Cece just said it too. We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. So why spend the last day, if possibly, of your life being miserable and unhappy and angry? Why? It's not worth it. It's just not.
No, and I don't want to think or wake up the next day and find out that person is no longer here.
Right.
And feel that because of what I said, I was just that one word to push them over the edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people forget. You don't know at what point people are in their lives.
What if the last conversation you had with that person was some knockdown, drag out, nasty conversation, and that's the last thing you said? You can't forget that.
And then they went and unalived themselves. Which does happen. And the reason I push that is because it does happen. That I know. And it only takes, and it might not be directly what you said,
Yep.
but what you said was just that one thing they needed to have that push, to push them to no longer want to be here. I don't want that burden. I don't
No.
want to think that I could ever inflict that on somebody. It's the one thing that always sticks in my mind. Yes, I get angry. Trust me, I get angry. And I've been attacked before in messages and whatnot. And, you get your little typey finger out and you start typing away really angry.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time I get to the end of it, I go, delete.
Yep. There's no point. It's not worth
over.
it. That's it. Yeah. It is. Some
And you
people live
should,
their lives. They get some kind of joy from that, from talking down about other people, making lies up and spreading them about other people. It gives them some kind of a joy that I will never understand. But like I said, it all comes back in the end, in my opinion, completely.
yet you don't know what other people are going through. I would
Right.
like to think I'm a person that can help or lift them up.
I definitely try. Oh, I know, Brandy, you're not going anywhere, and I know that.
Yes, I know you try. I know you genuinely care too.
Yes, I do.
That's what we all should do, is lift each other up, not pull each other down.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've been in your chat when somebody's going through something and we've stopped and spoken to them about it.
Yep.
That's how it should be. I mean, here's the light went on. So last time when I was on, I got the last few times I was on, I'll rephrase that. I got emails saying, you need to learn not to stop what you're talking about and start talking about whatever your chat wants you to talk about. Namely, because, as you know, if somebody asks me something or is going through something like you,
Yep.
I will acknowledge them, and then they start telling me things. I'm not going to just ignore them. That's not who I am.
Nope.
The case I'm talking about is still displayed. I can get back to that.
Yes.
That person to me needs me at that point. And then everybody in chat starts helping.
That's fact.
It's like, so I sent emails back and said, I'm sorry, that's who I am. I'm not about to change now. I'm too old for that.
Yep.
And these people all mean something to me. These people are there in that moment telling me what they need. The person's case I'm covering at that point, yes, I'm covering, it's still displayed there. I am going to get back to it. But that person at this point needs me right now.
Yep.
So thank you for your whatchamacallit, say brain dead now. It's gone. Brain's just gone out the door. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your opinion and your constructive criticism. But I would like to keep it the way I'm doing it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, and I will forever do so.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. I've stopped. I shut my whole show down one time. I mean, completely shut it off. For Faux Pop. I remember Faux Popper. He was having a serious issue, and I'm like, guys, I'm sorry. I know I just started, but I will be back. I shut the show down, and I went and dealt with somebody because he's a friend. I've stopped in the middle of my shows multiple times for people in chat that are going through something, and I'm not going to stop it. I've had people send me emails and comments. You talk too much to people. You take too long saying hi to people. You do this and you did well. And you know what? I'm going to continue doing that, because what if I'm the only person that says hi to that person this whole day?
Yeah.
If that's the and I don't say hi to them and it ruins their day. No, no, no. I'm not changing any of that. I don't care if it takes me 45 minutes to get my show started. If you don't want it,
Hmm.
then don't come in. If you want to fast forward, do whatever you got to do. It's not going to change because that's what drew people into my show. So therefore, in turn, I'm not going to stop doing it. So thank you again for your opinion. I say the same thing when I respond, but I'd
But that's
rather.
it. If I didn't want to stop and acknowledge people in my chat, I would just do videos and put them up.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? And I know that seems to be one of the biggest pet peeves on YouTube is people acknowledging their chat and saying hello to them.
Right.
I'm sorry, isn't that what you do a live for? I like to have
Yep.
input from everybody in chat. I like
Yes, ma'am.
to have their opinion. I like to brainstorm with everybody in chat.
Mm-hmm.
I would like people in chat to feel comfortable enough to jump up on panel and brainstorm with me up here.
Absolutely.
But this whole thing of don't acknowledge your chat or, just move along. Well, if I wanted to do that, I'm just going to pump out videos, okay? I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to do that either. So,
Yep. And that was one thing a lot of creators when I first started, um, they didn't want to, not that they didn't want to, they just never had time to focus on their chat at all. Every now and then they'd look over, see a comment, make it, and then they keep going with their show. And I never liked that. I never liked that. So when I started my platform, I one of the things I mainly said I was going to do was focus more on my chat than what I'm doing in the show itself and try to
mhm.
balance it. I always have. I've always been intimate with the chat. And I was
Yep,
told that's dumb. How can you get through your show while you're doing that? I've been doing it for 2 years. Not gonna stop now.
it can be done. And yes, I get there. And here's what their complaint will be. Then people will take it for granted and just hog the show
Right,
and drag it out.
right.
Well, still, I have an argument for that. Knowing what I know when that happens is,
Mm-hmm.
believe it or not, as much as people think they're doing it for attention and whatnot, they are in a way. They're doing it for the attention they need, not the way everybody sees it.
Yeah.
They just don't know how to say it. They
Yep.
need that one-on-one person with them and somebody to notice. In other words, they're sitting in a room full of people going, somebody notice me. That's what people fail to see
Mm-hmm.
because they're not trained to see that.
That's right.
And yep, I know there will be the odd person that will come in as a troll and try to left field you, but you can usually pick them up pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any of them. You don't have any of them.
Well, not really. I got really
Well,
good
not since
moderators.
I've been.
No, I
That's
don't have
it.
too many of them. No.
Yeah, that's it. It's all with the moderators and it's all with the other people in chat too.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Kim. That's one of the reasons why I never understood how some creators can run a show like this live and they don't even pay attention to the people that are watching the chat and talking. They're trying to get the creator's attention to make comments, to be involved. And the creator just ignores the chat and they do what they're doing and then they end their show. That makes zero sense to me. These are the people that are making your show happen for you. And you don't want to say
That's
hi to
right.
them, talk to them. It made no sense, never made sense to me. And I
And that doesn't, without them
swore I would do
people,
the exact
you
opposite
have
of that.
nothing.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yep. Without any of them people, you have nothing.
That is absolute truth.
I think a lot of them, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to be nasty here. I'm not a
Mm-hmm.
nasty person. But honestly, I have seen people change over the years. I've been watching YouTube for so long.
Mm-hmm.
But you watch them, especially when they become monetized and they do get bigger.
Oh yeah.
They seem to forget where they were when they started.
Yep.
I pray to God and I hope that if I got like that, somebody would tell me to pull my head in. Just
Yeah.
remember, Lisa. Just remember and remind me, because I don't want to be that person. But if I do become that person, I hope somebody puts me up the backside, to be honest, and says, hey, remember who you were? Get back to
Mm-hmm.
that.
Yep. Yep.
Don't change. Oh, here's another thing I'll say about Joe, right? When I met Joe, Joe used to swear. I mean, he still does, but used to
Not
swear when he was up on panel and on his show.
not
And stick
much.
a pen in his ear just to annoy me. But anyway, moving right along.
I forgot about that.
Moving right along. When I started doing his shows with him, I just said that I do not swear because I have too much respect for myself.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a dig at Joe by any way, so please don't anybody take that the wrong way. But I said that to him and just said out of my own self-respect, I don't swear. Not entirely. Like if I'm on my own, I'll swear when I'm on my own and talking to myself. Don't get
Mm-hmm.
me wrong, I'm not a prude. I don't mind people swearing, but when it's consistently ongoing, then I've got to move away from it.
Right.
I have more self-respect for yourself. But anyway, moving along, Joe, because I was doing his channel with him, completely stopped swearing. So if anybody says this guy is not respectful and he's not who he claims to be, well, there you go. Because I didn't even ask him.
This is
Molly,
true.
darling.
Mm.
Hello, beautiful lady.
Good morning. Well, it's probably morning for Molly. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. Good
It's
golly, Miss
16 minutes
Molly.
past 6 here in the morning.
There she is.
What time is it there?
Where I'm at, it's 3:16 p.m., so it's probably around 1 o'clock or noon for her.
Because I have all your times down.
Yep.
So you're 3:16. Los Angeles is 12:16. Denver is 1:16. Chicago is 2:16.
Molly's in Idaho, so I think it's.
Which one are
It,
you
it,
under, Molly?
she's in. She's in Idaho. I'm trying to think what the hell time it would be or the difference. I always forget it.
Molly, which one are you under, love? Oh, Molly's 1:16. Just woke up.
Mm,
So you're under Denver time.
she stays up all night.
You joined the club. I mean, like I said, I started this at 4:05.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
had to
but
put all
sure.
the times in somewhere instead of typing them up on the computer like I was doing, Joe. I thought I'd better come up with a way that I have them all on hand so I know when
Right.
to do my lives to cover people.
Mm-hmm.
So I put them all on my phone on the world clock. So now I can just go, yep, that's all the time there. I'm right.
Yep, she just said same as Denver.
Yeah, that's what I said. I've got you, hun. Got your
Yep, yep.
time. I've covered everybody's time. I even have Anchorage.
Oh,
Seem to be covering everybody.
right. How much
So
of a
how are you,
difference?
Molly?
Excuse me.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Joe? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to ask what the difference in time was for Alaska between us.
Oh, don't know. Let me find out. Um, Let me find America. I seem to have gone missing. Anchorage. No, I gotta find Alaska. Where are you? Gone north to Alaska. I've gone north to Russia's on. Don't mind me, guys. Sorry. Sam left Seattle in the year of 91. Song stuck in my head now.
Yes, it is.
I can't get it to come up. That's your fault, Joe. See what you do to me. Oh, there. It's 11:19 a.m. in Alaska.
There you go. It's always been my fault.
It is always your fault. You know that. You and your pen that you wanted to stick in your ear all the time. Glad to see you gave that up.
Always was, always will be. That's okay. I'll always take the fault. I never had a problem being blamed then. I won't have problems now.
Had to blame somebody.
Yep. All right with me.
It wasn't I was joking when I was blaming you. At least I didn't.
Yes, I know.
I did for sticking the pen in your ear.
Yes, yes. That was. I needed yelled at for that.
You had a shocking habit of that. I don't even think you realised you were doing it most of the time.
No, I didn't half the time. I'd be sitting there talking and just, you know, it is what it is. I stopped doing that though because of you.
I know.
Quite a few things I stopped doing
every time.
Yes, every time.
Used to drive me nuts.
Oh, I know. It'd be funny. I wouldn't even had no idea I'm doing this, and I just, yep. Immediately, I'd mess around, and she'd be like, "Joe, stop!
Get the pen out your ear! Don't stick that pen in your ear."
That was too funny. Too funny.
It was. It used to crack me up because nobody knew what I was talking about in the end when I would sit there and go, don't you dare.
Right. It was funny because there'd been a couple of times that we were on panel together, right? And I'd have a pen in my hand doing my little thing, and I'd go like this. And a couple of times she went, and I'm like, okay, I just put it away. It was funny. She never had to say a word at some point. It just, don't do it. So I didn't do it. I used to do that too, Jody. I used to be a pen clicker. I drove myself nuts doing that. Crazy.
Yeah, I used to be like that, and then I got myself an ink pen, so I couldn't do it. A proper ink pen.
What song are you talking about, Molly? I played
the
everything.
North to Alaska, north the rush is on. Big Sam left Seattle in the year of 91.
You never asked me to play that, Molly. If you did, I don't remember it. North to Alaska and Battle in New Orleans. Oh, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Johnny Horton is all you had to do and remind me. Yes, you did.
Sorry.
I'll play it the next time.
See what I started. Very sorry.
Yeah, I got a lot of people coming at me.
I'll take the blame for that one.
That's okay. It's quite all right. Quite all right.
Quite all right.
Yes, I know.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have, mister. I know you have.
Yes, mister.
Okay.
So now you have to play it.
I will. In fact, I just
He remembers now, Molly.
I did. As soon as you said Johnny Horton, I'm like, oh, yep, that's right. Don't ask me why I never played it either. I don't know why. It's weird. In fact, what I'm going to do.
Knowing something that got stuck in my head.
I'm writing myself a note and I'm sticking it to my screen
Do you
God knows
follow?
I have posties everywhere still. Um, my wife brings them home. She gets them free, so she brings me home all these wild
Love
looking
you too, Molly.
post-it notes, these big different colored ones. So I'm writing it down for the next time, Molly,
List
and I'm
of things I
sticking it.
must remember.
Yep, sticking it to the bottom of my computer screen, and it's staying there until we do that. And now I won't forget
Now you'll have to write a note
to remember that note.
to remind yourself to look at that note.
Yes. And then I'll have another one to remember, to remember, to remember that one. And yes, that's how that works. I said it. Yes, it's written down right there, Molly, on my computer. I see it every time I sit down.
Oh, Jody, there's nothing worse. There really is nothing worse. Counselors and psychologists have some of the worst habits when you go to see them.
That very much so.
That I can vouch for.
Yes, Sherry will remind me if Molly doesn't. So see, you guys are a team. You work together to do these things. And at the
Tactic.
very end of it, if none of you remember, then I'm sure Mama Bear will remember. And she'll call me to remind me. Don't forget, you got to do this. we remind each other to take medication, Lisa. So it's it helps.
That's good.
We chase each other around, all of us, to make sure everybody's doing the right thing. Molly included. Mikey. I don't know. Do you remember Mikey? Did you meet Mikey? I don't think you have met Mikey. You'll like him.
No, I don't think I think you're right. I don't think I have.
Yeah, you'll like him.
Oh, I'm trying to find this. Just
He's a good guy.
give me 2 secs here for a minute.
Babs forever.
Oh,
Well, good to see you.
can you sorry. Can you just take over for a sec for me, Joe, while I find this, please?
Absolutely. No worries. Welcome, Babs. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. What do I need to add to my... Oh, Molly says that... Oh, Molly, okay. Molly says that she's right, that when I do the music thing, that she's had me ask me to play a song by Johnny Horton, and I never played it. And she's right. She did ask multiple times, and I've always forgotten to play it. So the next time I go to do a music thing, just remind me to... I have a Post-it note that I wrote down, and it's stuck to my computer. So it's there. So if I don't remember the Post-it note, just tell me to look at the Post-it note. And Molly just said, I always do the right thing. Thank you, Babs. I appreciate you so very much. I always do the right thing. Do you hear that, Mama Bear? I always do the right thing. Molly says that. Our little Molly cat says she does that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Laughing, laughing, laughing. That's too funny. We love you, Molly.
Okay, I found it. Thank you. We do love you, Molly. Love you all.
Molly is a riot. We love her to death.
Molly is absolutely beautiful.
Yes, she is.
An incredible lady.
She needs to start telling herself that too.
Absolute incredible lady.
Yes, she is.
Okay. So, shall we go over?
I didn't follow this case too closely. I remember hearing about it, and I just didn't have the time to get into it. But I remember it. I do remember it. So Absolutely. Go ahead on with what you're doing.
Okay, so we'll go over the timeline. I've done a bit of it. I haven't finished it yet, but I will put it up when it's finished. Anyway, the timeline of her disappearance. So Suzanne Morphew was 49 when she went missing from her Maysville home on Mother's Day 2020. Authorities announced that her remains were found in this word Sasquatch County Friday. Suzanne's remains were found during the search in the area of Moffat in Sandwich County.
Saguache.
Oh, thank you. Investigators announced Wednesday it's been 3+ years since the 49-year-old wife, mother of two, went missing after leaving her Maysville home for a bike ride, supposedly. Law enforcement believes she was passed over. May the 7th, this is where I've started from. May the 7th, Suzanne and Libler, which is her friend, texted a lot that day. Barry and Susan have pizza and look at houses around town. She describes the evening to Libler later as a fine, quiet night because they're having problems, Barry and Susan. On May 8th, Susan saved on her cell phone notes application a list of grievances, which were her reasons to leave her marriage. One of those said that Barry accused her of having a boyfriend. Another said, act like I'm intruding in the garage, which an investigator who interviewed Barry later testified meant that he thought she had cameras in the garage. So he thought she was spying on him. On May 9th, this is a day before she went missing. In the morning, Susan texted Libler, we need to be husband and wife, in one of 59 text messages exchanged between the 2 days to that day. At 11:30 a.m., Barry came home for lunch and left to change the blade on his Bobcat. At 2:07 p.m., Suzanne sent a selfie to Libler. It is the last known moment that she was alive. Now, this to me is very important. I personally, in my opinion, believe that was the last time she was alive. I don't, in my opinion, think that she was still alive on the 10th.
Okay.
But May
I
9th continued. Sorry?
I was saying I'm starting to remember this now. I do remember this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. At 2:42 to 2:44 p.m., Barry returned home and his phone showed that he was moving around outside of the house. In an interview months later, he explained to prosecutors that he was shooting chipmunks.
Yeah.
At 9:24 to 9:52 p.m., telematics showed that the doors on Barry's truck opened and closed over and over. Can you just keep an eye on chat for me too?
I'm watching right
Please.
now. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. At 9:25, this is still May 9th. At 9:25 p.m., telematics showed the gears went into reverse. The truck backed up 96 feet to the edge of the driveway sometime that night. Susan's Facebook codes were reset and people started friending her there. She gained 23 total friends from Indiana, 20 of whom were men, I might add. So that is a huge change for somebody that all of a sudden befriend 20 men or 23 people.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So kind of, you think, why out of why would she be doing that?
Right.
Considering that person that she sent the last text to or selfie to was apparently the fella that she was having an affair with. She was talking to him. Apparently, they knew each other years ago. I don't know if they ever met up in face to face.
Hmm.
I can't answer that. But I know they were talking to each other. I also know Barry played up too. I mean, two wrongs don't make a right. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree with it, but that doesn't make her an awful person.
Right.
And like I said, if she was in the situation that I believe she was in, it's not hard to get their attention when they're in that kind of situation, especially when
Right.
somebody's going to be very nice and genuine to you. So that doesn't make it excusable. So
Absolutely.
still May 9th, May 10th at 2:47 p.m. May 9th and to 5:37 a.m. May 10th, Barry's phone went into airplane mode, a setting on cell phones that prevents the device from sending or receiving calls and text messages. Out of the ordinary, just, at 2:47 right through to 5:37 a.m. Now, this is the day she went missing. At 3:25 a.m. on May the 10th, to 3:52 a.m., doors on Barry's truck were open and closed repeatedly. So that continued all night.
Hmm.
At 4:23 a.m., Suzanne's phone pinged for the last time. The cell phone has never been found. Funny enough, at 4:30 a.m., Barry told investigators he woke up. May 10th continued. At 5 a.m., Barry told police he left for Broomfield to fix a retaining wall for his landscaping company. He said he left Suzanne sleeping soundly in their bedroom. He was the last known person to see his wife alive. Tell you what bugs me about this
Hmm.
is that, one, this Broomfield job that he was going to, he couldn't work Sunday there anyway. He had to have a permit that he didn't have to work. This
Hmm.
job was meant to be done Friday. Your girls are away, your children are away. You think you would want to spend that quality time with your wife, especially being the fact that it's Mother's Day,
Yes. Yes.
for one. Two, no kiss goodbye, a quick kiss goodbye or a nudge, happy Mother's Day, sweetheart, but I'll ring you later.
Mm.
Nothing, no acknowledgement. However, at 5:38 a.m., Barry texted his mother, happy Mother's Day, at 5:38 a.m. in the morning, but he couldn't kiss his wife?
That's
Or,
weird.
yeah,
Very
it's,
weird. And
you,
I wanted to ask you,
you
the kids were sent
the
um
kid
to stay with who again?
the kids were away with one of Macy's friends,
Now, wouldn't you
apparently.
think on Mother's Day you would want your children there with you to spend on with like, I mean, maybe that's different with other people, but it just seems like I'm wondering if the kids were sent away on purpose. Do you know what I mean?
Well, from what I know, they were meant to come back on Mother's Day,
Mm-hmm.
but they didn't.
Right.
So, but I know it was a planned trip with Macy's friends. But like I said, as far as I knew, they were meant to come back on the Sunday for Mother's Day,
Right.
but didn't.
Mm.
So the whole thing to me, I mean, if he did it, perfect opportunity.
Sure. That's what I mean. Yeah, I agree. It makes me wonder
Everything's
if,
kind of laid out.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder if maybe he made a phone call, or a phone call was made and said, "Hey, can you keep the kids for another day, or we're gonna do
Hmm.
something," and you know what I mean? That's I'm a little suspicious of that. I really am. And then the phone calls, the times that the phone calls were made is kind of odd to me.
Who sends their mother a text message at 5:38 a.m. to say Happy Mother's Day on a Sunday?
Now, my mother
But you
said,
won't disturb your sleeping wife that's right in front of you.
"Mm-mm,
God, I couldn't imagine
something's
sending my
off with that."
mother. Yeah, no, there's something right off with
Not
that.
that early.
That was one of the first things for me. So at 6:56 a.m., Barry was near Bailey on his way to Broomfield, the Broomfield job. This job
Mhm,
thing is the other thing because he wasn't, like I said, he wasn't going there until Monday,
mhm.
but on Saturday had changed his mind and said, "Oh no, I'm going to go to the job tomorrow,"
Yeah.
knowing that he couldn't work anyway. He also, which I didn't put in this, when he was leaving home, he rang the other workers to he rang around getting workers to go to this Broomfield job for Sunday. And they all come out and said they don't know what he got them for because he didn't do anything and he left the wrong tools there for him to do anything with it. And he just took off.
Mm. Did
Um,
it say what time he left
in the
again?
morning.
When you
Um,
said he left the wrong tools there and then he just left. Um,
yeah, I think it's in here. Not
See,
100% sure.
he went to go do that at 5 a.m. He dropped the tools off, wrong tools. He wasn't
No, no,
thinking
he
about
went
it.
to a motel.
Ah, okay. Got
He
you.
went to a motel first. This is what's
Mm,
weird about it. If you're going to do the job on, this is what gets me. So if he was going to do the job Sunday, but he got a motel room, was he planning on staying there? Because that has never actually been said. Or was he coming home? Because even the
sounds
workers were confused about that. But
yeah, that's odd, to say
it
the
is odd.
least.
A lot of what he does is really odd.
Mm.
So at 8:41, still on May 10th,
Yeah, this whole thing
Barry told,
is off to me. I'm sorry.
yeah, Barry told police he tried texting Suzanne, not ringing her, texting her at 8:41 a.m. Happy Mother's Day, and got no response, but added that this was not unusual because cell service was spotty around the Morphew home. Well, he knew that. At 10 minutes past 8 a.m., Barry arrived in
Mhm.
Broomfield, and soon after, surveillance cameras and truck data showed him throwing trash away at various places in Broomfield along the way. And I mean various places. It wasn't just one or two, it was quite a lot. He would stop and
Why are
drop
you
off
doing that?
something.
Why didn't you just drop it all at one place? Yeah,
Yes,
that's
well,
odd too.
mm-hmm, it is, yeah. And I can't even remember the excuse he gave. Like, if you're going to take your rubbish out, if you're cleaning your truck along the way, you would just grab all the rubbish. You wouldn't just grab some of it,
Yeah.
throw it here, and then some more here, especially
Mhm.
if you're not stopping at Macca's and that along the way eating.
Right.
So at 8:35, yeah, 8:35 a.m., surveillance video from the hotel showed Barry walking through the front doors. At 8:41 a.m., Barry sent a text to Susan that he made it to Broomfield and asked her to call him when she had a chance. You up? Happy Mother's Day. I love you. Well, that's funny because you'd already sent one saying Happy Mother's Day.
Mhm.
Why are we repeating it again? Wouldn't you just
Sounds
say,
like his mind. He's got other
yeah,
things on his mind.
wouldn't you just say, hey, honey, you up? Did you get my message? Can you give me a call?
Hmm.
Okay, so continuing on, still on May 10th, at 10:10 a.m., Barry left the hotel. During that morning, he visited McDonald's and threw out something small, which he told police later was wrappers. He then visited a car wash and a men's warehouse store where he threw away even more trash. This guy seems to have a truck full of trash.
Yeah, right. And it little by little, he keeps throwing at different places.
Yeah. He
Hmm.
also visited the work site where he was to repair a retaining wall for around 20 minutes, but didn't follow through because work was prohibited on Sunday. So, what was the point?
Hmm.
Other than it makes a good alibi, in
God,
my opinion.
it gets you seen somewhere else.
Yes, it sure does, in my opinion. May 10th continued. So at 12:45 to 5:55 p.m., surveillance video showed that Barry did not leave his hotel room. So he went into the hotel room, apparently slept. When the other workers turned up, they said the hotel room smelled of this um not
Disinfectant,
chlorine. No, bleach, right?
bleach. Okay,
Smells
interesting.
of bleach. They also found rubbish in the waste paper basket, which was an insurance note of Barry's.
Okay,
Like I said, he seems to have a lot of trash.
yeah, he does.
Um, there were wet towels on the floor in the motel room, and the bed had looked like he slept on top of it. So he literally went there to sleep.
Hmm.
But like you said, good place to be seen, good place to
Yep,
have an alibi.
yep.
That's what I think, in my opinion. Um, so at 3:30, Barry texted Suzanne again to call him. I still not understanding why he's not calling her or trying to call her at this point.
Because he knows
Would
she's not going to answer.
I would say he used the excuse of the spotty service there.
Hmm. This is interesting, and these are obvious things, that we can point out because of what we do that we've seen
Mm.
happen in the past. Spreading trash all over the place. Just not making good decisions because your mind is in a different place. Things like that. It all fits in. It does.
Well, if your alibi is going to be your job, wouldn't you make sure that you could actually do the job at least?
Yeah. Right.
Because
Yes.
he would have known, and that's what his workers said too, that he would have known that he couldn't do that job on a Sunday.
Hmm.
So the only other reason you Saturday decide to go and do this job, do you mind, love, if I go and do this job supposedly Sunday when you can't do it, would be
Right.
so that you could be seen somewhere else,
Yep.
in my opinion, and in the world of Minecraft. So at 5:15 p.m. Now this is I should have put this in here. I know Barry rang his neighbour, which is Jeannie.
Hmm.
But it says that she called Barry to let him know Suzanne was missing. But prior to this, which I must change, he had rang her and asked her if she wouldn't mind going and checking on Suzanne, apparently, in the world of Minecraft.
Hmm.
Anyway, so this is why she's now ringing Barry back.
Right.
So she rang Barry back to let him know Susan was missing. Her bicycle was gone. What neighbour would go, well, she's not home, let me look for the bike? Because apparently the phone call when he rang her, I think there was more than just two actually. I know one of the calls he mentions looking for her bike, that she said she was going to go for a bike ride. But anyway, so Susan was missing. Her bicycle was gone, but her Range Rover was in the garage. Their daughters, Molly and Macy, were on a road trip with one of Mallory's friends and were not getting responses to their Happy Mother's Day messages either. May 10th continues. At 5:38 p.m, District Attorney Investigator Alex Walker was informed that Suzanne was missing. As evening fell, deputies arrived at the Morphew home and discovered Suzanne's bike with colourful pedals down a ravine near the home. The handlebars were twisted. Now, this is a picture of it here that I do. I'll show you a closer up picture of this. I do have it. But the funny thing about this is taken from their body cam. This, as you can see just on this small picture, this is quite a steep hill and it's right on a bend. Had she literally gone over the edge of that, one, I don't believe the bike would have stopped halfway up where it did and then she's come off it. No. Because she would have been near on airborne coming off of that.
She'd have launched off the bike somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Down to the bottom of the hill.
And the bike wouldn't look like that, in my opinion, and in the land of Minecraft. But no, she wouldn't have looked. I mean, that bike, no way was that bike going to look like that. I know that. Oh, why did I do that for? Apparently because I'm now doing weird stuff. No, stop. Where did I put it? Did I just lose that? Hang on. Sorry, guys.
I still have it up over here, but...
Oh, no, it's all right. I found it. I'm back. I was going to find the picture. I'll find them in a minute. So, yeah. Supposedly, she's ridden off of this bend, down this hill. The bike stopped there anyway. And the only thing that was wrong with the bike, like I said, was the handlebars were twisted. At 5:45 p.m, Barry Morphew received a second call from Ritter. At 6 p.m, Barry made several trips to his truck, taking in tools. For the other workers, that is, to leave for the other workers. However, he left them the wrong tools, like I said. On May 10th, still continuing, around 6 p.m, Miles Harden, a friend of Macy's, is contacted by law enforcement. He drove around and looked for Suzanne with no luck. He told deputies that Susan had never gone up the trail where her bike was found because the gains are hard and it's a crazy climb. And Suzanne wasn't that experienced in riding. Yes, she rode, but there's no way she's going to ride up stuff like that. At 8:46 p.m, Barry arrived home in his truck. He asked deputies if they saw any cats on the road, referring to mountain lions. They responded that they hadn't seen one recently. Now, that was the first thing he came up with straight away. Was, oh my God, she must have had this accident and a mountain lion's dragged her off. So we all looked into mountain lions. Mountain lion, one, isn't going to attack a lady that big. And if they did, they don't drag them uphill anyway. They drag them downhill for a start. And they don't drag them too far away. You would still see drag marks, blood, etc., along the way. They still would have found her not that far away. Investigators spoke with Barry around 1 p.m. Suzanne was supposed to have a cancer treatment, but she did not show up for her appointment. Searchers were organising to look for her. Now, this is the really sad part. This woman had overcome cancer. Not overcome it, it was in remission.
Mm-hmm.
And then sadly got it back again and had to go for more treatment, and ends up this happening to her. Some things are just worse than cancer, aren't they? On May 12th, investigators got a search warrant for Barry's truck. Search dogs were called in to do small tests on the vehicle. They found no blood inside or outside of the truck. May 13th, Suzanne's turquoise bike helmet was found undamaged 84 miles from where they found the bike and 10 metres off the highway. Investigators suspected she never did take a bike ride. Her camelback and sunglasses, which her family said she always took with her when she rode, were in her Range Rover SUV, still in the garage. But her helmet turns up there. And they said it was like somebody was driving and just threw it out the window. So then, after his mountain lion thing didn't work, he came up with the theory that she was kidnapped. Did they ask her to take the helmet off and throw it out when they grabbed her? That one confuses me. And why would she be leaving her sunglasses and camelback in her SUV if she was going bike riding, considering she rode with them all the time?
Mm-hmm.
So May 15th, evidence response team of the Denver division of the FBI was brought in to participate in ongoing efforts. So they did a lot of searching.
Right.
They searched homes where he was working on. Found nothing, of course. Me personally, oh, no, I won't say it yet. So on May 19th and 20th, necrosearch geologists conducted ground-penetrating radar survey and come up with nothing. On July 8th, 2020, Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators called Barry and invited them over for steaks. They ate dinner together and prayed for Suzanne. July 9th and 10th, Morphew and his daughters were told to leave the home while investigators searched. They found no blood inside. They found a tranquilizer dart cap in the dryer. Later, they theorised that Barry shot Suzanne with a tranquilizer to sedate her, an idea his attorneys refuted, of course. They also found a spent bullet, non-spent bullet, on the carpet in their room. They also found the sheets missing off of one of the daughters' beds. They also found a cracked door frame that looked like somebody had kicked it. So September 2020. Oh, the other thing was when they bring these search dogs out, because there is body cam footage of this, when they bring the dogs out, they ask Barry for clothing of an item of Suzanne's for the dogs to sniff, of course. They let him into the house and he grabs a bag and he's touching the stuff that he's going to put into the bag for the dog, which is kind of contradictory of everything. And the officer's trying to stop him. So even watching his interaction on body cam with these officers, you can see he's very much a controlling guy and likes to be in control of everybody and listened to. The funny thing is that I picked that up when I first watched that, and then everybody that they interviewed that knew Barry or had any interaction with him in the past found him to be very much a bully, that he would attack you and belittle you, even on his job sites, which is exactly what he did to the two workers, I might add, that went to do this job with him when they come out and just said the truth. So September 2020, Andy, Suzanne's brother, he spearheaded a search for her. I need boots on the ground, Andrew Mormon told Dateline. I need to find my little sister. Suzanne's brother, Andy Mormon, said Barry should do more to help with the investigators. Sadly, they did not find Suzanne. Andy was heartbroken. Barry did nothing to help search in any way. He just watched from his home. Barry didn't even speak to Andy or Suzanne's family since. And no, they didn't. The sad part is they also held a vigil when Andy was down there in the park. Barry didn't even turn up, but he sent a guy down there on a push bike to keep riding past to tell him what was going on. When they were searching, Barry was at the home and was telling the people not to come over on his property. He had a gun on him as well, and he was warning them, don't you cross over on my property, etc., etc. But he was just watching them. I mean, if this guy cared about his wife, wouldn't you be out there searching for her?
Yeah, I would be.
You've known her family for many, many years. Like, this is not the sign of a guy that loves his wife. Even if they were going through marital problems. I don't care what kind of marital problems you're going through. If something happens to your wife or your husband, you would still have love for them, that you would care and do anything to make sure they were all right.
Right.
So, like I said, he did nothing, and he's never spoken to the family. And the sad part is, at that point, the girls hadn't even spoken to the family, and Suzanne's father had cancer and wasn't expected to live long. He sadly did pass away, but none of the girls or Barry ever spoke to the family, which is pretty sad. I mean, to lose your daughter and then your grandchildren too, I think it's just very cruel. On September 22nd, of course, this year, I just put this in, I will fill in the rest in between. Suzanne's remains were found, like I said, while searching for an unrelated investigation. Suzanne's remains were in a shallow grave in an area off Moffat, so that one county. You can say it. So, moving on from that, this whole new sharing thing is terrible. Share screen. Now we'll change to the other one. Have you gone to sleep, Joe?
No, I'm here.
Okay, just checking.
I was listening to you.
Are we all still here? We all still with me?
Yep, looks like everybody is.
I will finish the rest of that, like I said, and put it up on my channel in case anybody wants to use it or anything.
Okay. Interesting. It's an interesting story, and a lot of his movements and his activities are very suspicious to me. Again, it kind of relays the clustered mind, making mistakes, bouncing around, throwing garbage out all over the place for whatever reasonings. It just fits right into the bracket to me, Lisa. So
yeah, it does to me too, and it sounds like he's overdoing it, trying to get caught on cameras to make sure he's seen out and about.
Alibi, yes, I agree. Very much.
CC, still nothing about Patty, sweetie. Absolute nothing. However, my daughter and I want to do a stream together where we look into another person related that might be involved in this case.
Okay.
But it will be very controversial. But at the moment, like I said, the update that I put out was they had put out a warrant for that guy's arrest, the one that was with the pie lady.
Mm-hmm.
They put out a warrant for his arrests. It was just up to the police now, and still nothing.
Nothing with
Yeah,
Patty.
it did touch my heart too.
Very touching story. Was one of the I loved having you tell that story too.
Yeah, but the person it leads into actually does look like the guy that I've accused. But like I said, it's the person that it does lead into is very controversial.
Mm-hmm.
But
Gotcha.
was around the area at that time, so exclusive Suzanne Morphew's body was found in Colorado dumping ground known as the Boneyard, where missing man James Montoya's body was found during search for Edna Quintina. Suzanne Morphew's remains were found in Colorado body dumping ground known as the Boneyard, where James Montoya, 26, was discovered in July. Investigators found Montoya's body during an unrelated search for 55-year-old Edna Quintina. Now, how bizarre is that they've now found two people looking for this lady
Right,
that are
right.
unrelated? It's kind of like
Well, if this place is what
Gabby's.
they're yeah, and if this place is what they're calling it, the boneyard, it sounds like like it says, a dumping ground. They're probably going to find more.
Does that mean, to me, that's saying that they knew it was a dumping ground?
Yeah.
Because you can't really call it, you wouldn't think they would call it a dumping ground with only one previous body found there, would you?
No, no. It sounds like there's probably been more in the past as well too.
Mm.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me too. And I thought nobody would really call it that with just one previous body there.
Yeah, no, that's probably a regular place that they're finding places and they're finding people and so on and so forth. So,
Mm.
which in
I,
turn, if it's been titled that name for a while, anybody that's involved in Suzanne's case probably knew that as well and said, "Hey, here's the place," you know?
yep, yep. And I think whoever, because I believe that she was moved afterwards, but nonetheless, that's
Right.
what I was going to say earlier. I believe that she was moved knowing that somebody was going there to search and
Mm-hmm.
bringing in volunteers with them. I believe she may have been moved, and I think you kind of then get complacent after 3.5 years, wouldn't you?
Yeah, right.
And think nobody's going to search there. But that's in my opinion. So, where was that? During the unrelated for Edna Quintina, who was last seen in the area on May 3rd, continuing the container
Quintana.
search. Quintana. Oh, yep, thank you. Investigators discover Morphew's remains on September 22nd, but they had to wait to ID her, and that, of course, that's why it came out later.
Right.
Scattered in a shallow grave in Moffat, in, he will say that county. I don't
What
want
is
to
it?
crucify it.
Where's the
So,
Saguache.
thank you. I will no longer crucify it. Suzanne Morphew's remains were found in the Colorado body dumping ground known as. Oh no, I just read all that. It's just so crazy that it's all happening in the same area, said the
Yeah,
mum 56. Now,
just
this is what I think. I think there's more behind this grounds. I don't, like we said, don't believe there's just this 26-year-old fella that's been found there. I just think they're not going to mention the others that have been found there,
well, and
personally.
they who knows what's happened in the past, like how many other places, other people they have found there possibly before this, over the past years, which is where in turn I think dumping ground came from.
Well, no, but usually when they call a place a dumping ground, they kind of lead to where we've found X amount of remains
Right,
beforehand. They've
right.
only mentioned this one 26-year-old, sadly, which is by no means what you would call a dumping ground for just one person. That's what makes me think there's a lot not being said.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Well, here's the thing though, is if they were to come up and say, well, they're calling it a dumping ground, saying, well, we've found X amount of bodies here over the past 10 years, that's going to alarm people that live in that area and so on and so forth. So they're not going to do that.
But they're not going to be alarmed that they've already called it a dumping ground with one body or
Yeah.
now two remains. That
Pe-
no, it doesn't add up.
People are going to catch on, obviously, like
Yeah.
we did. So,
Karina Toya, whose son James Montoya vanished the day before he was scheduled to meet with Marines recruiters, told Daily Mail Friday that she visited the site herself and felt the eerie isolation after her son's body was discovered in a remote section of sparsely populated that county that I won't crucify anymore.
Seguache.
Thank you. It's just so crazy that it's all happening in the same area, said the mum, 56.
Right,
God
right.
bless her heart. They're calling it the boneyard because so many people are being located there, and it's such a.
Secluded area.
Thank you. I couldn't spit that out for the life of me.
It's okay.
But see, even she's saying,
Yeah.
so
Eh,
many people are being
There,
located there.
there have to be more people that have been found there that they're just not putting in the article or that they haven't really spoke about in the past. If they're
Yeah.
considering it a dumping ground, I'm going to guarantee that that's what it is.
Oh, yeah, me too. To see where my son, indeed, there's no cars around. You can be in that one area for hours and not see anyone.
Hmm.
This is her son here. This is James here.
There you go. Okay.
Such
James
a
Monk.
such a good-looking young man too.
Young, yes.
He was only 26
It's
and
sad.
was going to be a Marine, sadly. The body of missing mum Suzanne Morphew pictured with him up there. Not biased at all here. Was found in Colorado, Moffat, on September 22nd, 3 years after she disappeared. This is James. This is James' mother. Oh, no, this is the lady that's missing, sorry, that they were looking for.
Okay.
Edna. This is whom they're still looking for. That they've now found two people while looking for her. Morphew's remains were found in the same remote dumping ground known as the Boneyard, where the body of aspiring Marine James Montoya, 26, left. Was discovered in July during a search for missing 55-year-old Edna Quintana. Her
Quintana.
son, Quintana, thank you. Her son vanished on April 2nd. The mother told Daily Mail that James had taken an Uber to a bar that night in Lakewood, in the Denver area, where he met and later left with two men. His living girlfriend, noticing he hadn't returned at dawn, reported him missing, the mum said. Wonder who them two men were.
That's probably the answer to what happened to him.
Mm-hmm. They probably were going to hang out, or maybe they were going to give him a ride home, Montoya said. By the looks of it, did a little more than give him a ride home, sadly.
Right.
She suspects she knows the individuals may have been involved in her son's disappearance, but did not want to discuss specifics because the investigation remains open. Oh, I wonder if they know who these two people were.
Yeah, I'm thinking probably.
She said her son loved to laugh and was very family orientated. He installed kitchen cabinets for a subsidiary of Home Depot's after doing work erecting cell phone towers. He had an appointment the next day with the Marines, she said. That was his long life dream to join Marines. He just felt like you get respect when you're a Marine and have the chance to fight to defend this country. His body was found in July in the foothills west of that place that you will say for me, Joe.
Blah, 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 blah. I just lost
It's,
where you were at.
yeah,
Saguache.
here. Thank you. Peak of County Road 46AA, Colorado, radio station, KRDO report. Oh. So,
The only reason why I know that is because that was an Native American tribe that was based in the area there, the Saguache Indians. So I remember that. I was very fond of the Native American stories, so that's the only reason why I know it. Don't feel bad.
I do apologize, everybody, because before I started, I have done nothing but, since I was going over this, is actually getting the reader to read it out loud for me so I could pronounce it.
Mm-hmm.
Because actually, my daughter pronounced it closer to what it is to what I did, and then we both got it to read it. So I've been practicing, and you see, that worked out real well. So now I have my own personalized reader.
There's caramel around it. Nene made her a caramel apple slush.
So,
Child. Right.
That's good.
this
I had it.
Denver here. Barry Morphew's location when she vanished, right? This is Salida where their home was,
Right.
where she went missing. Not she, Suzanne, I apologize. The bike was found here. And of course, the body is now here. Now, where they found her is only 50 miles away.
Right.
From there. This, of course, stop it. This is Edna, who's still missing, sadly. Let's hope they find her alive.
Right. Yes, that would be wonderful.
That would be great. I mean, that would be truly amazing that they find two people unrelated while looking for her, but find her alive after that. That would be outstanding.
Yeah.
Investigators at the time had been pursuing an unrelated search for Edna, a 55-year-old with known medical complications who was last seen in an area on May 3rd. But during the search for Quintana, investigators on September 22nd instead found Suzanne Morphew's remains scattered in a shallow grave in a remote field near Moffat in that county, 50 minutes from her home in Salida. The 49-year-old had last been seen on May 10th, 2020, setting out for a so-called bike ride. I'm going to add that in there. from the home she shared with her husband Barry and their 2 daughters. Her bike was found the day she went missing, discarded in a ravine near her mountain home. Barry and Suzanne Morphew had both had affairs, and she had texted him that she was, and that's what I haven't put in there, that she was done with their marriage days before she vanished.
There
Barry
it
was
is.
Barry was arrested a year after her disappearance and charged with her murder, despite no body being found at the time. At a preliminary hearing in 2021, law enforcement officials presented to the court Suzanne's text message exchanges with her lover, in which she told him she had a fine night and was looking at houses for sale. I don't want to show the children. I know they're adults, but I prefer still not to show them. Regardless, it is their mother, and they have nothing to do with it. Even, and I will state this, as much as people want to pick on them for standing by their father, none of us have been in that situation. And if your father is loving towards you,
Right.
and your mother disappears, you're going to hang on to the next closest person, which is your father.
Yeah, you got to have one of them.
Yep. So I don't begrudge them for that. They, like I said, they have nothing to do with it.
No, they lost both their parents, so they need, basically, because he got arrested and jailed for it.
Oh
You
no,
know.
he's out now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he's out. That case was dropped without prejudice because the prosecutor that went there and charged him didn't get her things in the court in time, her filings, so they were thrown out. She messed up the case big time.
Yeah, she
So
did.
the judge dismissed the case without prejudice.
And then he's free and clear no matter what now, huh?
Yep. He can be charged again, though, because it was done without prejudice.
Without prejudice, right. Okay.
But prior to her going there, she was up on the interview room. And bragging how she's going to go there and she's going to get him charged and locked up for it and other cases in it. So she was gung-ho when she went there. But she, like I said, she missed filing dates, and so whatever she had to file was thrown out because she missed dates and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
She really botched it up big time. So, yep, he's out walking around. Barry Morphew arrived at court in Salida, Colorado in November 2021, flanked by his daughters, Macy and Mallory. When her husband came home from work that day, he found Suzanne sunbathing in the yard. That was on the 9th. She was sending pictures of herself to Libla via LinkedIn, which the couple had been using to communicate behind her husband's back.
Okay.
And the text that he sent her, the text that she sent him, let me find them for you.
It looks like you have Michael 007 in here, Lisa. He just subscribed to. He's great. He's been in our community for a while now. He's an amazing guy. You'll love him.
Welcome, Michael. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for subbing. Welcome.
He's a neat
Any
guy.
friend of Joe's is a friend of mine.
Yes. Thank you for joining, Michael. Appreciate you, brother.
Very much appreciate it. Yeah, show you the text that she sent him. Like I said, it's kind of to me, it was like he was over trying
Mm-hmm.
to make sure he was seen.
Yeah,
Okay, don't black out on me.
I agree with you on that one.
All right, you hold up for a minute. So this is the one that she sent. I'm done. I could care less what you're up to and have been for years. We just need to figure this out civilly. So
Yeah.
this is the message they're referring to that she originally sent to start it off, which is true. I mean, how
Yep.
hard is that to do? You know, it's
Obviously,
time all the games stop.
obviously hard for him.
Well, it usually is for controllers, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. We
It's
both
not
know
that
that.
they love a person, they just don't want to let go of the control of them.
That's it.
So, yeah, there's a whole heap of messages, text messages that went on.
Oh, I guess so. Wow.
Mm.
Hey, Chalk baby, welcome. Good to see you as well. I told you you're gonna have a bunch of new people in here, Lisa. Beautiful people.
Hello, Chalk Baby. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So, in amongst all that, like I said, the thing I noticed the most that made me really wake up and go, out of anything that made me look into this more was his the photos of her and him.
Right. Right.
Photos say a million things.
Mm-hmm.
And because of what I've done, I tend to look at photos and see quite a lot.
Right.
Like, you'll always notice it's her leaning into him.
Yep.
It's
Like he's yeah, I get what you're saying. And thank you, Sherry, very much for that.
like this one of him. This one, I mean, the look on the face says it all. And so does hers.
He's putting himself there in front. He's the higher power. He's the
Mm-hmm.
I'm number one, you know? You can see it
And
there.
this is my trophy. That's how
Yeah.
he comes across to me.
Yes.
But like I said, it has now before I knew anything about him, like I said, it was only these pictures that I was looking at. There were other pictures where she's always the one with her hands on him, leaning into him, and he sits there with that look like, yep, this is my trophy. But then when people started saying about their interactions with him, about him being abusive and very controlling, he would belittle people. Like, he would turn up on a job site to do his job, and other contractors would be there, like the painters and whatnot, and he would become abusive and try telling them what to do and start throwing things around and threatening them.
Yeah. Somebody's got a bad temper problem.
Yeah, very bad temper. Very much a person that likes to dictate, and you can see that if you watch the body cam footage of the interaction with the police. He's accusing them of everything, touching the bike. Now you've stuffed it up, and coming up with the mountain lion and then a kidnapper, and he was talking very much down to them. So he'd already set in motion these theories on the same time virtually that he jumped out of his truck and saw that bike that they had found. he comes up with theory 1, the lion, theory 2, the kidnapper, theory 3, that they'd already botched the case up by handling the bike and moving it. So he'd already set in motion what he wanted.
So he's a triple A, as I call him. The Oh Jesus, I just lost. I call it. That's why I have these guys specifically. I've always said that they're alpha arrogant a holes.
Yes, and very explosive.
Very much so. Seems to be, which explains. He seems
Thank you,
like the kind of
wisdom.
guy that the way he has her behind him in that one picture there, you can tell she's kind of looking down a little bit, and
Yeah,
he's wide open there. That he's one of these guys that would say, "Oh no, you don't leave me, I leave
yep,
you." That
that's
type of a
right.
guy. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah, and if you notice, actually, if you notice pictures of her with him, she always has this sheepish look on her
yeah,
face.
yeah. Cowarding down.
Yes,
Yep,
but then you see photos of her, and she's an incredibly beautiful looking woman.
absolutely, absolutely.
Very stunning because she's so beautiful on the inside. It just glows out of her. She's
Right,
very much, everybody that's spoken about her has said she's very much a down to earth person. She's very caring. She'll go out of her way for you, which you can kind of pick up in these pictures, actually, opposed to him that wouldn't give you the time of
right,
day.
right. Thank you, Truth Seeker. It's great to see you here as well, and I'm glad to have you. Lisa's gonna love it as well, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Truth Seeker. Very much appreciate you being here. Thank you so very much. You're always welcome. So, yeah, sadly, that's what I see in most of these pictures. And
Yeah, you
like I
can.
said, the woman overcome or, bet cancer to an extent that it went into remission. So she went through that at a very young age.
Right, right.
And then, like I said, had found out she'd had it again, so had to start treatment again. To think you
Hmm.
can survive that and then somebody does this to you.
Exactly. It's very sad.
And the other thing was too, now that I remember, he would not allow her to take pain medication either for her cancer or
Control,
anything.
control freak.
The ultimate control.
Wow.
Like I said, every sign shows that is there's no love there.
No,
It's
it's
ownership.
who's a possession to him, not a
Yes.
mate, not his spouse, not his wife. She's a possession. That's
Yep.
so very sad.
It is. It's heartbreaking. And as we keep saying, the 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 most critical time when you are in a DV situation is at the point of leaving.
Yes, absolutely. And it sounds like she had found somebody that truly probably cared for her and was treating her the right way. And him being an alpha said, no, we're not going
Yep,
to do it like this. And he took control of that situation back. And here we are.
that's it.
And now he's
Well, look
walking
at,
free.
yep. And well, with her money, because that house, she got an inheritance from her mother's passing. And he made her, sorry, buy that house and move there when she didn't want to.
Hmm.
But it was all her money that did that. And you can see he's very money orientated, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Everything's got to be just such. And yeah, I get you.
But getting back to the DV thing, like with you look at the mother, the father, the 2 children and 3 dogs that were passed over a couple of weeks ago.
Hmm.
And then the other lady who was in the DV situation, And this lady, this mother, was helping her, and her family paid the ultimate price for it.
Yes. Yeah.
And it is, like I was saying earlier, these are things we need to talk about. Sadly, we have to initial it or say it another way, which I'm sorry, YouTube, I find ridiculous in this day and age.
It is.
That
It is.
we have to watch what we say about things that are worth talking about, that need to be talked about to make
Yes.
awareness.
That's coming up. It's coming up. I've had mental health and domestic violence show planned, two of them actually, one for each, coming up here in October. We're doing uh Dr. Dra Latina is going to be joining me, as well as Heather
Oh,
Mosher.
she's a beautiful lady. She's lovely. I love her.
Yes, yes. So we're going to be putting it together, and of course, I would love for you to join me as well. Now that you're back out here, because of your experiences and things like that. So
I'm there.
it's coming. It needs the awareness needs to be out there for so many different people. The resources need to be reached or put out so that people can reach out, and it just needs to be known that it's a people are not alone. Okay,
That's
you're not
right.
alone, and we all
Nope.
have to be here for each other in that sense. So why we're
Nope.
doing it.
And there are ways to help people to keep them safe as well as yourself safe.
Hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, yep. And it is something that I am going to cover on my channel constantly now. I'll start another channel up
Yeah,
eventually where I cover issues like that, as well as, how to build your self esteem and your self worth, what self
absolutely.
esteem is and what self worth is, and
We
things
even
like
added.
that.
Yes, it's beautiful, and we just added. We even added a channel to the Discord, a mental health channel for the Discord for people to have access to for things like that. It's very important right now, folks, more than ever, more than ever.
It sure is. It sincerely is. We all need to watch out for each other and look after each other.
Yes,
Like I said, we all need to lift each other up, not pull each other down. There's enough crazies in the world, there's enough hatred in the world. There's no
that
need for it.
that there is more than enough.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Exactly.
Takes too
That's
much
right.
energy.
That is so right, Miss Sherry. Bring back humanity. God, I've been trying.
Yep.
It takes a whole village, folks. Takes a whole village.
Humanity, common sense.
Yeah. The simple things. You start with the simple things, and it all goes from there.
Yep. Yep.
And like I said, it takes a village. It's going to take all of us, not one person. I can't do this. Lisa can't do. We all need to be a part of this.
Mhm.
So
And together, we can do it.
yes, we can. Yes,
As
we
they
can.
say, united we stand, divided we'll fall. And that's
Amen.
what people who hate, and there are some that are going through hell in their life. That's why they attack others.
Mm-hmm.
So to attack them back is kind of defeating the purpose.
It doesn't do any good.
However,
No.
they do prey on dividing people
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah.
and being really hurtful so that you do curl up in a ball and just,
Yes.
slither off.
And as I said earlier, there's a satisfaction for these miserable people that making others miserable just like themselves.
Yeah, most of the time it's because they're going through something painful and they want you to feel that,
Yeah. I agree. I agree.
sadly.
That's
But
not
just
the
say it.
answer. That's
Just
not.
say, hey, I'm
Yeah.
going through this. Can I talk?
Can you help me? Can you help me?
Yep.
Yes. That's it. That's all you got to do.
Somebody will
Because there
listen
are
to you.
right, and there are still a whole lot of good people that will say, "I'm right here. Talk
Yep.
to me anytime." Not everybody's, in that same headspace. There's so many, especially in these communities right here. There's so many
Yep.
amazing, beautiful people that want to help other people.
Yep.
It's that easy,
And
folks.
to
It's that easy.
those who do project hurtful, hateful things. I am sorry to those who have become like that. And I sincerely mean this. I am very sorry to those who have become like that because you have tried reaching out and you
Mm-hmm.
have been belittled or made fun of or whatever you've spoken about, they've gone and told everybody else.
Yeah.
I am sincerely sorry if that has happened to you. However, that was not me. It was not Joe. It was not any of the people in chat here.
No.
But if you need help or need someone to talk to, by all means, you are more than welcome to reach out to any one of us.
Yes.
And I will guarantee you, none of us would treat you like that.
Nope. 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 Welcome, M. Cause. Good to see you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Like I said,
Lovely
Lisa,
to see you all here.
you're gonna find a whole slew of new people. They're gonna love you too. I know they are. So I can't wait.
Oh, thank you. I hope so.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But
Uh,
in saying that, I am who I am.
for those of you that are newer, this is the female version of me. So get used to it. Miss Lisa's been off for a while. A lot of you guys haven't met her yet because she hasn't been doing so well health wise, but she's back and ready. And I'm glad you all are meeting her now. See?
There you go.
Exactly.
Thank you, Chalk
Exactly.
Baby. I mean, we've all at some point have gone through something incredibly hard. We all at some point have been rejected in our lives, been let down, been hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But we all don't go around taking it out on everybody else's. Oh, everybody else.
That's
Great
right.
speech there, Lisa.
That's right.
But sometimes that's how people react. That's why, like I
Sometimes
say,
sometimes that's all people
attacking,
know.
yeah, and attacking them back doesn't help.
No.
Doesn't help them, and it certainly doesn't help you. And the
Nope.
one thing I always stick in my mind that I have stood by for many years is I refuse to hand over my power to anybody ever again.
That's true.
I,
So true. So true.
because the minute they upset you or the minute you're arguing with them, you've already lost that argument because they've managed to get you angry and upset. You've
Mm-hmm.
lost your power. No,
That's right.
I
And
will not do it.
two wrongs don't make a right. That's a
No,
fact.
come to me the right way. I'll be there for you. I'll listen to you no matter what you've said or done to me beforehand, to an extent.
That's right. That's right.
And so will any one of these people here that I can vouch for.
That is a fact. And I can vouch for the ones that she can't vouch for. So
And I can vouch for this man next to me. Oh, look, managed to do that the right way.
right. That's right.
But I am sorry you've been through that, Joe. That kind of.
You know, it's okay. It's another learning and growing experience for me.
Mm,
Many that I've had, and it just keeps making me better as far as I look at it, the way I look at it.
yep. And that's
Better
all it
person.
can do.
Uh, hmm
If they can't
I will
sit down
continue
and
to grow.
speak to you about it, how can you do
That's on them.
anything about it? That's
That's
right.
right. That's right. That is absolutely right.
You can't acknowledge what you don't know.
Nope.
Common sense.
Not at all.
You
Yes.
can't pick on somebody and not tell them what they did wrong. How do they fix
That's
it?
true. That's
We
very,
all
very
make
true.
mistakes. I can't even pronounce that county that my little reader here has to read for me. And I practice that. So, see, we're all human.
To error is human, and everybody needs to understand that, especially considering what we do here. This is not just a walk in the park. You can't just go push a button, pop on, and go, "Hi, everybody, here we go." It's not that
Mm-mm.
simple. It's not that simple at all. First of all,
Oh God,
it
no.
takes courage for some people to do this. Okay, to sit here in front of this camera and speak to you guys and to do it the right way because we deal with so many people. I have 6,000 followers. Okay, 6,000 something. That's a lot of people that will be watching me at some point in time during this period. And at any given time, I
Mm-hmm.
have 300 to 400 people in this chat alone when I do it. That's hard for me to know what mood every single person is in that day. I don't come in
That's
here.
it.
I'm not always in the greatest of moods because of what I've gone throughout that day, but I do it. I stay the best possible positive way I can for everybody in here because nobody deserves any less than that as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
Okay? So there's times that I've done my live streams and I'm just as happy and peppy as can be, and as soon as I hit end, I'm like, because it's been a long day before that, and I just went on through it. It
Mm-hmm.
happens. We're human, folks. We're human. We make mistakes. We're supposed to. We learn from those mistakes. So all you got to do is say, "Hey, can you talk to me for a minute? I
Yep.
don't like this. You did something. You said something. I don't. It's part of life, and I'm always there. I've taken phone calls from people at 3 o'clock in the morning. I've done. I do it. I've always left myself open to speak to at any time for anybody. If I don't get back to you right away, there's reasons, but I will.
Yep.
So
And we all need constructive criticism, as
it
long as
helps us.
it's respectful and it is constructive.
It helps us grow.
We all are guilty of saying things in the heat of the moment or that are taken out of context and whatnot. It just takes somebody saying something, not
Hmm.
getting upset over it and, oh, well, I'm not going to tell you what you did wrong.
That's right.
No, we need to respect each other enough that we can say, hey, you really annoyed me by saying this, or you made me feel like saying, made me feel like this when you said that.
Right.
We
Right.
are we are all entitled to have feelings,
Yep.
and your feelings do need to be acknowledged. And if any of us do that to any one of you, please say something. Don't just bottle it up and let it go.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. All it takes, guys. Man, oh man, I have missed your voice, Lisa. I really have.
Thank you. I've missed your voice. I've missed everybody. Although, no, see, I knew you had a new desk in that because I caught the end of your. Was it last night? Yes.
Probably.
Yes. I caught the end, probably the last 10 minutes, I think,
Hmm.
of your live. And I went to type in chat on my phone, and my phone had a meltdown, so I couldn't.
Oh,
And
sorry.
no, don't have to apologize. It wasn't you, it was my phone.
Right. Right.
So, yes, when it decided to get itself together,
Hmm.
you had finished.
Yeah. Well, it's great that you're back. Like I said, everyone, I kind of, me and Lisa kind of started off into the true crime community together in a sense. We both
Yep, we
went
did.
we both went over to another creator, who I'm gonna keep unnamed, and
Yep.
we kind of broke off together on our own. And then Lisa would do shows with me, I would do shows with her, so on and so forth, and then we just started growing from
We,
there. So I learned a lot of who I am and how to approach a lot of people from this lady. Believe it or not, I did. Um, because, like she said, when I first started, I was a little rougher than I am now. I had my language was not as clean, and you evolve as you should, and I'm very grateful to her for that, for those things. So
oh, thank you so much. That means so much to me, Joe. Lovely
absolutely,
thing to say. The one thing I'll always be grateful to that person is he put us together without
oh
putting us together.
yes, yes, yes. I do agree. Me and you and even and Jules, I'm still very close with
Yep.
Jules.
Would
Another
not change any of it for the world.
Nope, no, none at all.
Never
Very,
change it for the world.
very, very good learning experiences, and like I said, they put us together, and all of us. That's how like I said with Jules, everything, and you guys all
Yep.
know how Jules is. Just absolutely, absolutely wonderful people. Yeah, and if
Yep.
that's Sherry followed us from there, and Sherry's been with us ever since. So we've
Admittedly, he put the greatest lot of people together
mhm.
and
I am
just made such an outstanding friendship with everybody
yes, I
and
will
the
be
closeness. And you could see why it upset him.
very much so, very much so, very much so, and I'll be eternally grateful for that part of it. I really will.
Me too, most definitely. Like I said, I wouldn't change it for the world.
No,
And I knew within probably 5 minutes of talking with you, even though we were up on panel, 5 minutes
yeah,
of just talking to you and the joking with you, I knew we had clicked.
oh, absolutely. Which was very, as I spoke or said to Lisa too, that that was odd for me. I never allowed people to, as trusting as I am, I never allowed people to get that close to me like that. Okay. And then that's how I
Mm-hmm.
evolved that way. And yes, Mama Bear as well followed
Yep.
us from there and has been with us ever since. Molly
Yep.
followed us from there.
Yep.
The best of the best of the best. That's a fact.
Yep.
It is. The chemistry was Sherry's right. The chemistry was like that. It was so weird and so
Mm-hmm.
crazy. It was instantaneous. So yeah.
But as I keep saying, what you put out is what you get back.
That's right. That's right. Welcome, Jay Lit. Good to
And
see
that's
you.
the people you attract.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always say try and get people out of that self-talk path.
Yeah.
Self-talk that they do about I'm not good enough or I'm ugly or I'm this or I'm that. It is my sole purpose to get every person out of thinking like that. For the simple reason thinking like that constantly and then you realize that the people you're attracting into your life are the people that will make you feel even more like that.
Mm-hmm.
Until you change that self-talk, you then start attracting better people into your life, and
Mm-hmm.
those kind of people start leaving your life.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And I,
ma'am.
like I said, I sincerely mean it when I say you are all beautiful, amazing people, each and every one of you. And I mean that 100% sincerely.
And now you all see where I got it from. This was my teacher as far as that goes. I say the same thing every day, Lisa. Call them the beautiful people, all of it. So this is where it comes from, folks.
I know. I know
This
you
is
do
where it
that.
comes from.
That one touched my heart. Actually, I gotta admit that really touched my heart to hear you say that.
It's
When you were
fact.
when you would say that, it's like yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
Absolutely.
that's what we all should do is lift. Like I said, I will preach it as hard as I can. Lift each other up before we talk about these cases. Make sure
Mhm.
everybody's okay.
Yes.
Then talk about these cases.
There you go. That's why I do that. I do every live stream I start with. I make sure I say hello. Everybody's doing well. We talk. We warm up. And then we go into it. There's no reason to click the thing and go, "Hi, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. This case today, bud." That's so unpersonal to me.
It
Um,
is to me too.
and it's not the way I'm not comfortable doing that. I've done it before because I've had to. I
Mm-hmm.
don't like it that way. I don't like it that way. I like everybody to get comfortable. I like everybody to feel ready for that, to be, ready to go, to feel like they just walked into the door at they're visiting their
Yep.
family
I
member's
was,
house or something. You know what I mean? So
yep. I was just going to say that. Like we're all sitting in the same
yeah,
room, not roof, in the same room together,
absolutely.
looking out for each other.
And that's why I do that. There's some, like I said, there's people that don't like that. They want me to just turn on the button and go, okay,
Yep.
today in Idaho. And I can't do that. I'm not comfortable that way. So,
Neither am I. And like I keep saying, if I'm going to do that, I might as well just upload a video, not
mm-hmm,
do a live. I do
mm-hmm.
a live to talk to everybody, to get everybody's opinions,
Yeah,
to have everybody brainstorm with me.
absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
how you learn different things in a case. People look at it differently to what you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody in here and on your channel, everybody's smart. They're intelligent.
Yes,
So why belittle them for the way they look at it or, their opinions and everything? Try looking at from where they're coming from.
that's right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I learned such a great deal being on here from everybody.
Yes. Every day it's a learning experience.
I mean, to me, you and your wife have the most beautiful relationship I have
Mm-hmm.
seen for a long time. And I admire both of you for that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. The respect and the thought for each other is
Yeah.
100% beautiful. And I
And
do truly admire it.
no, absolutely. I know you do too. She is the love of my life. She supports me 1,000,000% with this. And my mother, you haven't seen that. And you will. My mother has been in, she has started to become part of the chat as well as my sister, my brother-in-law. So my whole family supports and they come in and they talk with everybody as well. So it's
Yep.
amazing. The whole community itself, the way it's come together.
And
It's
that's not a front. I
no,
mean, since I've known you, the phone calls and the way you speak about your wife and the way your wife speaks about you, the way you communicate with each other,
hmm,
that's not a front.
no, not at
And
all.
and it's so refreshing to see the amount of respect between both of you and how you both pick each other up, lift each other up all the time.
Only way to be. Only way to be.
Yes, but sadly, not for some people, is it?
No,
I'm
no.
just checking on Tani for you, Jody. Actually, I haven't checked that for a while.
Speaking of which, I think I'm gonna have to get out of here. My wife just kind of nodded at me about something she needs me for. So, Lisa, once again, it's absolutely amazing to have you back. I can't wait to have you on our show. Um, and to continue doing what we do. I loved this today. It was wonderful. It's wonderful to see and hear you. It's wonderful to see these people from our community joining your community as well. That just enlightens my heart to a degree I can't explain. So thank you all for that, and thank you for having me, Lisa. I appreciate you so much.
Thank
Um,
you so much for being here, Joe, at
absolutely,
jumping up
absolutely,
for me. Like I
always.
said, I am sincerely sorry you've had to go through that.
It's
But
no
I
need
will
to
vouch for
apologize
you 100%. You're not that person they're trying to make you out to be. So
for that. I know that you know that, and I appreciate that you know that too, and that
hold your
you
head high, buddy.
absolutely, absolutely.
Go and be with your outstanding
Yes,
wife.
yes, yes, yes.
Give her
Everyone,
my
again,
love.
will do. Will do. Everyone, again, thank you so much for being over here today, and just for being who you guys are. I love you guys to death. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. Lisa, I will see you so very soon. Have a wonderful day. All of you.
You too, Joe.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
love. Take care.
You too.
So, looking up Tani Shanks for you, Jody. Apparently, the family have hired, I don't know if you know this or not, they've hired a private investigator. Tani Shanks, here, I'll share the screen for you. I don't. Share. So, Tani Shanks' family hire private investigator. Mexico authorities unhelpful after disappearance. Of course they are. This was posted the 27th of June. Oh, this was 2022. So, guessing they haven't found her as yet. Let me check. Oh, such a beautiful baby. Nothing by the looks of it, sweetheart. Sadly. But I will dive into it deeper for you and see if I can find anything else out for you, Jody. You just jumped on my Facebook page, did you? I believe that was you, Jody. Yes, thank you, Mama Bear. If you all don't mind, please hit the like button. Leave your fingerprints on there for me. Promise I won't do anything with them. No, joking. I would very much appreciate it. Thank you all. Oh, yes, that was you, Jody. I've just confirmed that, sweetheart. And yes, if anybody would like to join my Facebook page, it is, oh, good God, not under crimes under investigation either. It's just under, God, it's just under Lisa Bevan. I can't put the link to it either at the moment. It's under this name. If anybody else would like to join me there. Good night, Michael. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. I very much appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you again. This has been just such a great life, guys. It is so great to be back with each and every one of you. And I'm so grateful you all have been so supportive, and I very much appreciate it. Grateful for everybody being here and being patient with me. I am sincerely sorry. But touch wood, nothing else holds me back now. Like I said, I'm no longer working, so I will be doing this full time. And keeping up with it now, keeping on top of it, doing more lives. Probably won't be every night at the moment, but probably be every second, third night, but I will let everybody know. Thank you, CC. It was a pleasure having you here. I very much appreciate it. And hopefully by the next one, I'll be more organised. Thank you, SRB. I very much appreciate that, sweetheart. And it was absolutely lovely having you here, beautiful lady. I've really enjoyed this. This has lifted me so much. It's sad to know Joe's been through that. He doesn't, nobody deserves that. I don't care who you are, nobody deserves that. But yes, I will be doing, like I said earlier when I started tonight, I want to do shows on mental health covering DV and SA and, like I said, self-worth versus self-esteem, because they are two different things. And anything else you guys would like me to cover, happy to do so. So please, if there's anything you would be interested in, please let me know. Reach out, email me, or let me know on Facebook. Whatever you'd like, I will try and cover for you. And hope that you all feel comfortable enough to join in. And like I said, please don't ever feel that there is such thing as a stupid question. If you want to ask a question, there is no such thing as a stupid question. I don't even like that word. Please feel free to ask me anything. If you want to know anything, if you have a difference of opinion, please don't ever be too scared to say what your opinion is. I never want anybody to ever feel threatened or scared or ashamed of anything or asking anything or saying anything here. I will not tolerate people being abused in chat or on my channel in any way, shape or form, whether it's emotionally, even swearing at somebody. Swear words are actually put up on my list of things not to say in chat. They're actually barred. And here's another thing, like I say, if at some point anybody does come up to join me on panel, if you do swear, please don't think I'm going to crucify you for it. Like I said, I'm not a prude. It's just the overuse of swear words that I don't like, and people swearing at other people. I don't swear because I have too much respect for myself to swear. Thank you very much, Chalk Baby. Oh, you dozed off. Did I put you to sleep, SRB? I'm sorry. I didn't know I had that effect. That's absolutely different. Usually I get told, you need to be quiet. Oh, was it you that wanted me to read bedtime stories for you? You guys truly are remarkable, beautiful people. I'll stand by that. Thank you once again for your support, your love. Means the world to me. To all my beautiful ladies and to all the beautiful males that are here. No, don't take that offensively. I'm always tired. That meant you're very relaxing for me. Yeah, I took it that way, SRB. That's how I took it. But yes, usually my grandkids and my children usually go, can you stop talking? The Canadian cat lady? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you were too. I'm very honoured to have you all here. Trust me, without you guys, this channel would not be nothing. Would be anything. That was great speech there, Lisa. As I've said all along, this channel is not just mine. It belongs to every one of us. That's why I say if you want me to cover anything or look into anything, please let me know. If there's something that you don't like that I'm doing, please let me know. Actually, got 50 windows open here. Oh, CC, you're the only wrench I have on here, hun. I just realised that. I think Mama Bear's got a wrench too. Yeah, that's sad, Joe. That is really sad. And like they say, they won't. Mexico, of course, won't help them. Jody, can I make you a? Do you mind if I make you a moderator, hun? Is that all right with you? If you don't mind. Jody? CC, can I make you... I know you're moderator, hun. Can I make you head moderator? If that's all right with you. Oh, thank you, Wisdom Speaks. That's what I aim to do, is build this channel. CC. Okay, wait a minute. Mama Bear. I thought I made you moderator, hun. Do you mind if I make you moderator, Mama Bear? I thought I did, hun. No, that's fine. No need to apologise, hun. So, Jody, can I make you a moderator if you don't mind, love? And Mama Bear, can I make you a moderator if you don't mind? And CC, can I make you head moderator? Just to confuse you all. Thank you, SRB, for being here. Loving light to you, sweetheart. Hope to see you again, beautiful lady. You're welcome anytime. I very much appreciate it. Take care, sweetheart. Okay, CC, so I'm going to make you head up moderator, hun, so it's going to remove your standard moderation first. Now you're managing moderator, love. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jody. That's great, SRB. You're always welcome back, love. So glad to have you here. And like I said, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate everybody. Appreciate Speak, Lisa, speak. Okay, Mum. Thank you. There you go, ladies. Thank you so much. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Were you the only one moderating this whole time, CC? I mean, not that there was a lot of problems, but woohoo! Good on you, Mama Bear. Gotta love you, woman. See, I cut my hair, Mama Bear. Had to cut it off. Okay, Chalk baby. Please take care, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here. Lovely to have you. Thank you for your input, everything. Hope to see you come back. Take care, beautiful lady. Oh my. You're more than welcome, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you all so much. Truly. Yeah, I did. I had to. It had lost all its goodness in the back and everything. It was breaking, and so I cut it. Nice to meet you too, Chalk baby. You're welcome, Wisdom Speaks, to our new moderator. So I'm digging into Delphi, as I said, 136 pages. That will be done in several shows over a certain time. We'll see what I can cover next, which could possibly be tomorrow or the next day, but I'll let you know in advance. Once again, thank you all so much for being here. And to all the new subs, welcome, and thank you so much for subbing. Once again, please, if you don't mind, hit the like button for me. If you can think of anything you would like me to cover, let me know. Oh, Brandy. That's right, you were moderated too. don't know why I was sure I for some reason I thought I moderated you, Mama Bear. I am sorry, hun. Anyway, guys, after 4 hours, please feel free to have your input on anything. Please be kind to one another. Look after yourselves. Remember, you're all beautiful, amazing people. Don't ever forget that. On your worst days, please remember that. I love you all, and I thank you all. Without you guys, I would not be here. So, thanks for a great show and a great welcome back. You guys made it. I really did enjoy this one. Thoroughly. Obviously, it's gone for 4 hours. I love being back here. I feel so at home now. Like I said, now there's nothing stopping me. So please look after yourselves until I'm back on. Probably see you on Joe's next live. Like I said, remember, on your worst days, you are all beautiful, amazing, loving people. And I hope that just gives you that little lift on your worst days. I love you all sincerely. Thank you all so much. Loving light to each and every one of you and your family. Take care. And I will see you in the next couple of days, guys. Thank you all and love you all. Bye.